Well,
I'm gonna have to break away in a few minutes to get dinner out of the oven. But other than that,
that's good.
let's get this up here and get the monetization on. Because per usual,
Yeah.
I'm not doing this for my health, kids. Okay.
Or so he says.
It's the jazz, man. It's the
It's the jazz, man. It's the jazz.
I pity the fool gets my way. Okay. We got a token attempt here because as much as I trouble just trying to get in here, I'm not hopeful the game's going to work.
It happens sometimes,
Yeah.
but we know better though. We know better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Slap that like button like it owes you money. Okay. All right. Whoops. New game. If I can get the decks loaded, that'd be a good sign. Actually, I'm not even do the mail. I'll just go up here and of course, Rosetta will still be out doing her thing with the various usual suspects. Okay, it's loading. Good.
Hey Fail, you know what game they should bring back from the Super Famicom? You know what they should bring back? Metal Slayer Glory, the director's cut. They should bring that back. Hey, what's up, Trollmonger? Hope you're doing good. Good to see you. Happy Sunday to you as well, Daniel. Hope you're doing good. Uh, but yeah, a lot going on this year. I'm ready for summer. Summer's gonna be a lot of fun.
I'm just waiting
Oh,
for my.
that one too. Yeah, that the high school detective one. That one was fun. Oh, that was fun.
I'm just waiting for my state tax refund to get back here so I can possibly buy a car because RTD is fun, but it's not very fun.
Hmm.
Okay, there we go. Let's get these rules in here now. Reborn universe. Anywhere. Call that 1,000 blanks. Clock that in. Lock that down. Okay, there we go. I'm going to put that in back and around in chat just for posterity's sake. So we have to upload it 2 times. But when we're ready, there's that. And I think I'm going to move that over here. take advantage of the multiple monitors. And as soon as somebody else gets in there, and I point them a moderator in case mine fucks up, then take over. What? It's just a live stream, dear, same as always.
Okay. Looks like they're starting to pack the order.
We got a grocery order coming in tonight. So.
Ooh, yay.
Hmm.
Yay. Haha, nice.
Okay.
Probably. Yes, get one of the crown hats. Get one of those. Yeah, let's see. Oh, 16,096 in the world. Nice, Fatal. Nice.
Okay.
Howdy, James. Hope you're doing good.
I haven't played Minesweeper in God.
Yeah, he was playing it on my birthday that night.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because
He was, and we were just like watching it intently. We were like, ooh.
Because my Fortnite feed was getting a little jaggy.
I know, poor Dash. He was. I felt bad for him. Actually, you know what? I might be able to. Hang on, I'm gonna do something real quick. I'll bring it back.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What do we got here? Okay, we got that one here. Okay, this could be an interesting video. Them guys hooked up a Tickle Me Elmo to a high voltage thing and watch him spaz out. Let me locate that video. All right. Stop that one. And get that there. I'm going to put that over the other monitor too. And what's the point of having more than one monitor if you can't just spread shit out, you know? Okay, apparently Streamlabs is same programmer as Eddie, your friendly ship's computer from the Heart of Gold. Let's give a shout out to Not Hurting right now, okay? So, don't all speak at once, guys. Come on. Just because anime's away doesn't mean we can't, engage in stuff. Any of anybody's sitting backstage trying to get in, I can't get you in because the guy with the keys is currently not on keyboard. I understand your situation. That's not an issue. It's however many we got sitting in chat that aren't saying anything. Come on, this is a cooperative thing. You know? Part of the appeal is interacting with your audience. No, I'm used to, I worked security back in the dark ages, but actually, I was working 9/11 when I noticed it. Just about ready to get out. But, okay, that's in the grocery order. But yeah, I managed to drag a computer along and do stuff, but it's like 2001 was not like today. So. I sure as hell didn't have a webcam. Not the computer could handle the webcam. In fact, I believe I was doing dial-up. Yeah. I did download a VTuber thing, but it's like, oh, this gets what? No, they're all anime girl things. I don't want to do that. How do you get to design your own? So let's see. I don't know, to follow my little, long-term project to turning a JJ Prize model into a cruise ship. It'll be the Astral Princess. Oh, there's the oven. Hold that thought. As everybody goes off camera.
All right, I am back. So here's what I am gonna do. Here, let's see if I can do this and hope to God it holds. Okay. There, that should hold it. I know what level this is on, too. This is on the Gauntlet level. I recognize the two knights right there. That is one of the futuristic levels. That is Gex 1, actually. That's the first game. Oh, I understand, Fatal. I understand. But this looks good. This is from Limited Run Games, so it's actually it's a 3 games in 1 collection. So it's all 3 games. The original, the first game, Gex 2 Enter the Gecko, and I think Gex 3 Deep Covered Gecko. And it's 3 games in 1. And no, they can't copyright me because I'm skipping through like the trailer and everything. This is this level right here is one of the Toon ones. It's one of the Toon levels. Oh, that was Sabab. Oh, okay. Okay. Just want to make sure. So this is one of the Toon levels that they were in. This one, I don't know if this one is a bonus game level.
Okay.
Or the oh no, it's an actual level. There's Rez. Look at him in his glory. Look at
Yikes.
his glory. He still has the
Mhm.
eye attack.
And the best CGI 1995 has to offer.
This one is in www.com.
Mhm.
It's one of those ones.
Mm-hmm.
This level was really
Mhm.
this one this one I
Mhm.
had trouble with at the beginning, but once I figured
Mhm.
out like what did what, I'm like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, that's how it works. But those data bridges, though, those ones were a pain. This one is in the third one. This is the third game.
Mhm.
It's the snow level,
Mhm.
and you're fighting, and there's Santa Claus. You gotta defeat evil Santa Claus. That's the one of the remote
Mhm.
rewards that you get.
Yeah. Of course, we're so uncultured. Other countries just call it Krampus. No, we got evil Santa Claus.
There's the spaceship from the space levels. I don't
Mhm.
know which one though. I don't know.
Mhm.
The boss from Wizard of Oz level. I forgot about this one. This one was so
Mm.
much fun.
Yikes.
Gilligex Island. I recognize this. I recognize this one.
Oh, okay.
This is the first boss level of the
Mhm.
second game. Hey, David.
Hey, sorry, Mr.
Ah,
Man.
all right.
And this is the other boss level.
Mhm.
Gexzilla versus Mecharez.
Hmm.
They actually kept it though. I'm actually glad they
Yeah.
kept what made it fun and everything. The charm is still there.
Mm.
They brought this one back. Yeah, this one.
Mhm.
It took a bit to get right, but once you figure out like what does
Mhm.
what, it's okay.
Yeah.
And then this monstrosity,
And
Mushu Pork. He's the second boss. He's the second boss. Still terrifying as ever.
Mhm.
And I think this is either Pangea 90210 or one of the other aptly named levels for the Jurassic era.
Hmm.
And we're back to the first game. And of course, you're in the wrestling ring with I think this is the third game.
Hmm.
This might be from the third game because I do not remember this one in the second. Yeah, some of these levels are from the third game. But I gotta say though, it holds up. This one right here, this is from Samurai Night Theater. Yeah, these are very, very different. But yep, coming summer 2025 from Limited Run Games, Square Enix, and it's on the Carbon engine. And it's for the Switch, the PS5, Xbox Series XS, and Steam. So if you have any of those, I would recommend these games because they're fun, they're challenging. Hopefully, what worries me is the dialogue still gonna be there? That's what worries me because there was a lot of hilarious quips in the second game. Like when you went through the out of tune levels, the guy goes, "Hey, I'm trapped in Boy George's pants."
Yeah, no, if it's that dated, it might be. You might have a problem.
Well, some of them might be dated, but they're still
Mhm.
funny as
Yeah.
hell.
Mhm.
But I'm genuinely
Mhm.
excited though.
All right.
I'm excited because
Mhm.
it looks like they did keep everything that made it
Mhm.
good. They didn't do it
Mhm. Yeah.
too. They didn't do it too bad, and they
Mhm.
kept the charm. They kept the charm of it.
Mhm.
They kept the charm
Mhm.
of the
Yeah.
game, and that's what we
Mhm.
all want in the remaster. Keep the
Yeah.
game, keep the charm there that made the
Mhm.
game good.
Yeah.
Don't make it too polished because it's like, uh, why is his head so rounded? What the fuck?
Something
That's
like that.
what.
I wouldn't necessarily object, because it's not like, oh, the crappy graphics are so charming. No, that was the state of the art back then.
Yes.
No one was saying, oh, what crap. No, hey, that's a hell of a lot better than my Space Invaders game.
Oh man, you know what?
So,
They should bring the PS1 version of that game back. They should
right.
remaster that one. That one was fun. I like that one. And I remember the Game Boy Color version too. I had both of those. I had the Game Boy version of it, and then I had the PS1 version, which was fun. I actually had a good time on that one. I died on the fifth, I think the third or fourth boss, and then I gave up.
Oh, Space Invaders?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got too careless.
I played in the arcade, motherfucker. Oh,
The arcade version. Oh, that one was fun. But overall though, I'm genuinely excited. I know I won't get copyright claimed because again, I was skipping through.
Yeah.
And everything.
Now we take a look at this Tickle Me Elmo being electrocuted.
Oh, yeah, hang on one second.
Yeah, let's see how this one goes here.
Oh no! What did we do? Elmo, what'd you do? Oh wait, it's not his nuts.
Come on, play already.
This should be good.
If I can get it to play. Come on. Internet's being weird. Okay. I have to restart this one. Hold on. Come on. Come on. They've seen a little bit so far. I think it starts off normal voltage, and then crank it up and wow. All right, fine. Start that. Okay. Try this again. All right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Got to put it up. I can't put it up, Anime. You got to put it up. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let me.
You're too used to Rosetta with all the controls.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
There you go. Go ahead. Try.
Okay. Oh, come on. So let me get the link here. Post it in private here, so maybe it might be better if you run it on your end. Come on, you. Yeah, try sharing it on your end, see if it works any better. I'm going to pull the plug on that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's the Tickle Me album.
Yeah, it's in private. Links in private there.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Ah, stupid ads. Hang on one.
Yeah. What?
Can you come get my bowl,
Oh,
please?
good Lord. Our timing sucks as usual. Hold on.
Hmm. Okay, hang on 1 second. Okay, there we go. All right, I'll wait for Bob to come back. So how you doing, David?
I'm good. I was just looking for. I saw something recently about Overlord. Now I can't find it.
Uh-oh.
It's a movie, apparently, isn't it? The upcoming release. That's what I'm trying to find out. Well, I think it's a movie. And I just realized the reason why I can't find it is because their site's in Japanese. And there's also a video game called Overlord.
Okay. Shall we try that again?
Here we go. Found it. Overlord anime. That helps.
Mm-hmm.
And translate post. Holy Kingdom Arc will be released on Blu-ray and DVD. Oh, the movie was shown. Yeah, it's the movie was released. Will be released March 26th. Limited edition.
Alrighty, hang on, Bob. Here it is.
I'm gonna download this sucker. I could use that for later.
It's this one, right?
Yeah, that's the one. Up to 12 volts now. Uh-oh.
Overload.
Direct to the motor. He's in a seizure now. And he's screaming in agony now.
Damn, he really laid out on that one. Holy crap.
Torture me, Elmo, now at the Panama baby shop.
Yeah, I'm downloading this. I can use that for stuff.
Yeah. Nice little gift for the kids. Torture me, Elmo.
Yeah.
Kids, behave. Why? I'll
Electro-
put you on 15 volts.
Electroshock Elmo, yeah.
Just look at Elmo.
Mhm.
Like, eat your vegetables or Elmo gets it. Yeah.
Just walk in the house. Don't have to undo the belt. Just point to Elmo as you walk past. The kids are just sitting there at this blank TV, silently staring at it.
I don't know why that showed up my recommend thing, but okay. You know. Okay.
I heard all these websites now have caches.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Click if you're a human. Why?
Mm-hmm. Oops. Okay. Got a season 2 trailer up for Doctor Who, and I really have no interest in watching it. You know?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
this
mean
guy's got
Doctor,
other.
who the fuck let this on TV?
Yeah. Like Doctor Who cares? Okay.
Yeah.
This guy's got other videos too. He's got apparently does same thing to a Tigger and some kind of monkey thing. What's this is pretty much his whole thing with his video. Just ooh. Here's something that might set off Rosetta a bit. They took collect up a couple of electrodes to a Let's Stand Stitch. Do a Furby. It's a Yeti. Yeah, the channel. The channel is Lord of Nerds. I mean, he's got 10,000 subscribers. Doesn't mean he need our help, but still.
It's
Oh
hard
God.
to be. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I like,
Mhm.
but the thing is, I don't retain the names and the faces. It's like I'll remember I watched something. That's about it. But when
Yeah.
I go to watch it again, it'll all flood back, you know.
Mhm.
But then an hour later, I'll have forgotten.
I was wondering if they hook up an I Choose You Pikachu. Let's see Pikachu throw some real lightning bolts. Yeah, I'm gonna check out some of these guys.
I actually think I've only seen the first season of the anime.
Of which
People tell
now?
me it's the worst. Yeah,
Of which now?
the Pokemon. You know, way back.
Oh, I've seen some Pokemon stuff. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I've seen some of it. You know, same with Yu-Gi-Oh. I think I
Mhm.
had. I think I got one
Yeah.
and two of Yu-Gi-Oh. I think I've seen one and two of Yu-Gi-Oh.
If I watched it was because it was on. That was what I-
Mm-hmm. I think it was at the time when there was only Yu-Gi-Oh or Naruto or Bleach on. You know, there was
Yeah.
nothing, not much in the way of anime coming
Mhm.
out.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, I live in a country that tends to banhammer anything with a nipple in it.
Oh, yeah.
Put a nipple in it, make it straight,
Mhm.
and bang, 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 bang.
Yeah. God. Well,
I
in a
remember-
way, thanks to the Australian government, because we have a lot of lost footage from Doctor Who because all the edits made got set aside.
Actually,
I'll be able to reconstruct
actually,
entire
don't laugh.
episodes.
You know,
Mhm.
you anybody remember Dad's Army?
Somewhat, yeah. I've seen a few.
Okay. Most of season one was found in the censorship room in Kenya.
Yeah, that was
All
weird.
but a few episodes because they were censoring
Mhm.
it at the time.
That's the thing. The BBC overseas has been a godsend for these lost episodes.
There was a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, the BBC in the 70s and 80s were destroying a lot of stuff.
I think the estimates, but up until about 76, all of Doctor Who was still there.
Yeah. They destroyed it on
But
purpose. you know that.
they wiped out tapes of everything because they reused the tapes. 'Cause
Yeah, but they did
built
it
their
on
machines.
purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did it on purpose.
There are certain episodes. It's like you wiped Bill Hartnell's regeneration to Patrick Troughton and Troughton's first episode. We have the rest of Power of the Daleks. You wiped the first episode of it. This thing, a lot of it's just like, man, again, doing thing about Doctor Who because that's the most prominent. A lot of episodes are missing of classic shows. Monty Python was very nearly wiped.
Yeah,
But
again,
somebody called John Cleese and he got there and got the tapes out of there.
Yeah, BBC was look.
Mhm.
It came out. BBC was blackmailing productions to pay. You either pay us money or we'll wipe your tapes.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
You can blame the government too for not giving them money for the archives, but the National
Yeah.
Archives said they never brought over the tapes.
Well, I think it's a combination. It's they want money, but also I think a lot of just ranking, classic BBC incompetence.
No, it was also a lot of rank and file saying we've wanting to destroy the past because
Mhm.
they're trained Marxists. They
Yeah.
think that wiping out the past will wipe
Mhm.
out racism. You do know racism didn't come out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Wow, that
Yeah.
must have been all those. Must have all been those ancient black and white minstrel shows they did in ancient Rome, right?
Yeah, and told Britain's probably done more. Like I said, in 1835 they abolished slavery and started buying people out of slavery, and they only paid that off about 2015.
They're
So,
still
David
running
Lammy,
around
there's
demanding
your
more.
reparation. Suck on it, Lammy.
I like the woman's I like the woman's answer when she was asked,
Mhm.
"Go back to the source. We bought the slaves in Africa. Go to the King of Mali. They made an
Yeah,
estimated $100 billion off slavery.
yeah. This thing, we didn't go into deepest, darkest Africa to cap. No, we bought them at the markets. They were being sold. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, well, everyone else has slaves. Why not? Yeah, let's give it a shot. Yeah.
And you're also got to remember they're purposely ignoring countries such as India
Mm-hmm.
and Saudi Arabia,
Yeah.
who literally threw their slaves into the sea. Literally.
Yeah.
They killed them. They killed off
Mhm.
hundreds of millions of slaves to say, and then said, no, we didn't.
Where's your proof? Yeah, but there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
China actually got out of the slavery business, which was weird.
Yeah.
You thought of all the people, but because they had so many wars, this is the thing, all the wars in China, they got rid of slavery because they needed the money to fight their wars. Instead of buying slaves,
Yeah.
they enslaved their own.
Mhm.
It was cheaper.
Yeah. Also, it's like, thinking about slavery. And they want to make it like the U.S. invented slavery. No, hardly. In fact, it was actually brought over by a Dutch guy. Who, Back the
Dutch ship. The slave master was black.
the first slave owner in America was black.
Yeah.
And
The
for a
Dutch ship brought an Angolan to America at a time when America didn't have slavery, though slavery wasn't illegal,
no.
and he sued because it wasn't on the books as a law.
Yeah.
And he said, you have a law that says I have the right to property.
Mm-hmm.
This is my property. And what made it even worse is when they finally got the man freed, he went back to the slave owner.
Hey, what's up, Joker? Hope you're doing good.
And for a while, most slaves in America are actually Irish.
Yeah.
I mean, it's indentured servitude, but
Indentured
not
servitude,
not much different from the person's perspective of being.
Look at the Wild West. Look at all the women who worked as prostitutes to pay off their passage from Ireland.
Yeah. The big thing is because African slaves are expensive.
Yeah, they were $5 a head. Irish slaves $1 a head, and
Yeah,
they're female.
And Irish slaves, just go to Dublin, grab a bunch of them. There you go.
All you had to do was
You had to put a lot-
they're there for the street, and they follow you to the ship. Yeah.
You had a lot more work to put in for an African. Plus, also the Irish understood you. You gave them an order, they understood you. The Africans.
Yeah, but the thing is,
wow.
not only were they cheaper, the vast majority were women, and so they made money off the massive prostitution. And where are these groups now that made massive amount of money? We call them banks. Sue them.
Oh yeah.
You want to go after the slave masters? Sue the banks.
No,
It's probably-
the Kennedy family made their money from bootlegging.
yeah. No, they didn't. Robert said so. This is one blind spot, glaring blind spot he has.
Yeah.
His father only owned warehouses. He didn't bootleg.
Oh, yeah,
He
his
owned-
father. But go back a generation or two. What are those warehouses for? For illegal liquor. Okay.
Yeah, go back to when you were 3
Yeah.
years old, Robert. Your father was, he owned a big Pontiac with sideboards. What was in those sideboards?
Gin.
Yeah,
No, that's because again, this is
like I said, there are those. Look, I may like Robert Kennedy.
probably a great
He has a
grandfather.
huge glaring blind spot about his family,
Oh yeah. I think it's gonna
but
be
he's
very,
not the only one.
no. I think it's going to be very clear at this point when they finally do release all the JFK files. It's like, no, the record is pretty much what they're hiding has been the glaring incompetence of the CIA and the Secret Service
No,
because all the physical
three
evidence.
things.
Yeah, physical evidence all lines up to Oswald shot it. What led up to it?
No.
That's another issue.
No, the physical evidence reveals that Oswald was only likely one of at least 2, maybe 3 shooters. The physical evidence is what they're hiding, is the fact that they don't have all the physical evidence or all the evidence. Full stop. That's what they've been hiding. They've also been hiding the glaring. Actually, no, that was declassified. The report into the report that said the Warren Commission was full of holes. What do you call it when you're not procedural? They they didn't follow procedure.
They kind
All
of
their evidence
they
was
skip
basically
through, but
yeah, it was
but
basically a tip to
I've seen a thing where they literally duplicated the magic bullet. It's not impossible by any stretch. It was actually very much they did it off by a little bit. It's like that's just very what happened. It's like they pretty much duplicated it.
yeah.
So,
But
and again,
had
all the wounds line up back to that window.
yeah. But when you have look, the thing that pissed people off is finding out that a lot of the witnesses to the Oswald incident, as it was called, his arrest. Why are the people who saw his arrest dead? Why are the reporters who investigated all of them, 9 reporters, I think, all on that day, all dead within a matter of weeks and months?
Well, again, that's the stuff surrounding the thing where it gets a little weird.
That's what people really pissed off at.
Mhm.
Is that when people ask questions, they turned up dead.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's what the mafia do.
Yeah.
You know? You had a time, and that's the other thing they don't want to come out. The fact that for pretty much multiple decades, possibly as long as a century, US government has been in bed with the mafia.
Yeah.
And Bobby
Yeah.
was just taking care of his father's enemies.
Yeah.
But his father didn't like that because he had come to a secret deal with Luciano.
Well, yeah, that's how they got in Illinois in the 60 election.
Yeah.
Because Jack and Bobby were on the organized crime committee in the Senate. They were
And
giving
they
them
were
hell.
blocking. They were blocking
And,
investigations.
And they were, we'll get the boys to back off if you give us Illinois. They gave him Illinois. They can't. They both came after him harder. It's like, oh, this is your deal. This is your boys behaving, huh? That's what's But yeah, Gerald Poser is good on the whole thing.
Yeah, but as Bobby said, nobody controls me, right? That was his. Everybody, right?
Yeah.
He didn't want to. Bobby Kennedy was a two-faced rat, right? He would do anything for power. You remember he campaigned for civil rights, but when it came for the vote, he voted against it. Why? Because he wanted more money. All the Democrats voted against civil rights. Why? Because they wanted more money.
Yeah.
The civil, I think it was called civil action or something, and it turned out. And this is how far back these scam NGOs go. Money goes into NGO, money goes into politician. NGO puts money into a hedge fund, and the hedge fund starts paying the politicians regular dividends.
This is all stuff. It goes back to the founding of the Democratic Party, Mountain Van Buren, Andrew Jackson. So we have the party system we have today.
Yeah, Andrew Jackson funded his Andrew Jackson, who wanted to, who basically made a deal. Look, the revolutionaries were funded by French bankers. Come on, and socialists. They didn't care about your freedom. They just wanted to poke England in the eye.
Yeah. And we were fine with that.
And then you were stupid and naive. Well, they were stupid and naive, thinking that the Louisiana militia would rise up, would march north and take America for itself. But Lafayette had done a secret deal with Washington, and because he was too busy making money selling arms to the Americans, the Louisiana militia turned around and says, "Oh no, Napoleon, we're going to rebel." so they had to quickly scramble and come up with the Louisiana Purchase. But you got to remember, the only reason you got to remember the founders weren't nice guys. I mean, Jefferson was running around Paris with his black slave. And how many kids did he have her pump out?
Yeah.
And then when he was finished with her, he just moved on to the next model.
Yeah.
Pumped her in a little cottage, and then took up with the next one.
Yeah.
None of them had morality. You had Adams openly admit the only reason why he joined the revolution was to stop paying taxes. He was very upset that the new government brought in even higher taxes. Oh, you rebelled against the tax on tea, really?
Yeah.
Look at the taxes that were introduced after the rebellion.
Yeah. They figured out, running a young country is expensive.
Paying off a war is even more expensive.
Mhm. And if George III had meant such a twat, we'd still be a British colony. Okay.
No, not really. A theorist,
Mhm.
and this has been confirmed,
Mhm.
that look, the whole talking point originally of the rebellion was long forgotten, is that
Mhm.
actually they wanted representation. Now you imagine that if America had representation in British Parliament, how long
Mhm.
before you ran England?
Again, that depends on how things turned out. Because if America wasn't
No, but
independent,
America
we would
would
have
have America the population growth and the land
Yeah.
size. It
Mhm.
was inevitable that America would take over.
Yeah.
But look at the people who backed the rebellion. They
Yeah.
were British lords.
Mhm.
Why would they back a rebellion? Because you were bigger. They
Cut that
wanted
off.
to move
Cut-
on to the next empire. They wanted to create a new empire. And they couldn't, because they couldn't wait in their lifetime. Because America wouldn't take over in their lifetime.
Mhm.
But it will eventually. So what do they do? Well,
Mhm.
let's not have them take over the British Empire and rise up
Yeah.
together. No,
Mhm.
let's crash the British Empire and let's create a new one. You got to remember, Bill Clinton's descended of a British admiral who fought for the British. But after the revolution, he resigned and became an American citizen. So did many British nobles.
Mm.
No.
Yeah.
People don't understand. Ed Ryan got it right. That it was not altruism but selfish motivation.
Yeah. We also
that drove.
forget all the founding fathers. Most of the founding fathers were like late teens, early 20s.
Yeah, they were smart, but
Yeah.
they weren't that. But they didn't
But
have
they
the
were
experience
still
to-
kids. Yeah.
All righty,
They
Fatal.
didn't have experience,
Mhm.
and they didn't realize. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Fatal.
Yeah.
But they didn't have the experience to realize that their naive that their liberalism, they
Mhm.
never studied it, right?
Yeah.
They read a handbook, which was actually written originally by Franklin, but
Mhm.
Franklin had merely copied it from some
Some French Enlightenment
book on
guys.
revolution
Yeah.
written in Germany.
Mhm.
But the whole point is they never actually started. They never actually went through the appendices and looked up the
Mhm.
stuff by Plato and all the
Mhm.
others.
Yeah.
Every liberal society, every multicultural society has failed, and the failure rate was increasing, right?
Mhm.
From ancient Greece,
Mhm.
right? From Athens onwards, every liberal society ended in dictatorship.
Mhm.
Every liberal society has been preyed upon by foreigners as naive
Yeah.
and torn apart internally by factions.
Mhm.
The founders thought that they could create a classless society with no political parties. They soon divided into left and right.
Yeah. Then they got formalized with Van Buren and Jackson forming the Democratic Party. And
Yeah, who were both funded by the banks.
yeah. Mhm.
And the 112 bankers from Europe
Mhm.
sailed over to America and became Americans and founded the Reserve Bank. People forget that the Bank of America used to belong to America. When did the government sell the bank?
I don't know. I have to look that up.
Yeah, but
Not
I'm pretty
that-
sure. I'm pretty sure that it was never really owned by America, but
Well, I know Jackson did resist the units are a national bank. Now, fuck you. So he did push
yeah,
back
he
on
did
that.
reserve.
Yeah.
But I know the U.S. government state-owned has a state-owned, like a bunch of state-owned corporations. A lot of them aren't on the books.
Yeah.
A lot of them are agencies, but they're actually registered businesses.
Mhm.
Like, did you know the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is a registered legal business?
Oh God.
The railroad. Yeah, they sold the
us-
railroad in 1917.
Us and nukes are like, why the hell is this set up the way it is?
Right.
Yeah,
Energy
there are a whole
department needs
bunch
to
of the Import Export Bank, America Corp. Yeah, I knew that.
Mhm.
FDIC. Yeah, a lot of insurance companies,
Mhm.
development corporations. The National Endowment for Democracy is a business, not an NGO.
Mm.
Well, war is a business, right?
Oh yeah,
Spreading democracy.
that's the whole point of the military-industrial complex. It's like, yeah, we spreading
But
democracy
see-
and making a buck at the same time.
Yeah, but if you go back to Franklin wanting to export American Revolution around the world, you
Yeah.
pretty much realize that, hey, wait a minute, war's been America's business for how long now?
Mm.
But no, I can't
Mhm.
find it. But
No.
I do know that for a short time, America did own banks, but
Mhm.
they weren't full ownership, and
Mhm.
and there's no date that says when they backed out. But the credit but you still own parts of the credit union, so
Mhm.
which I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
That's that probably helps fund a lot of your pensions.
Mhm.
But the problem is that I can't see any sense and sensibility. I do understand from an economic point of view how you sell the sophistry of expansionism, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Now, economic expansionism, right? You borrow the whole idea is, right? You
Mhm.
borrow money, invest it in productivity. Productivity allows you to print more money,
Mhm.
and in theory, you pay back the bank the original investment, and they use
Mhm.
that money to pay depositors.
Mhm.
And in theory, it works out to be an
Yeah.
infinite money tree because
Mhm.
people die, assets wear down.
Mhm.
Like a $2 asset, a $20 million asset today in 20 years is worthless, right?
Yeah.
You'll never make enough money
Mhm.
to replace it, right? You're
Mhm.
perpetually in debt. Everybody's perpetually in debt. But what happens when you have a major economic boom and suddenly the amount of wealth, private wealth, is increasing? Well, we can't have that because it upsets our economic business model of banks pay politicians
Mhm.
to keep everybody in debt. So what do? Raise taxes, slow down personal wealth, destroy, create economic destruction. I mean, popular culture for a long time has been telling us the way the world really is.
Mhm.
I mean, I forget which anime it was, but it was a very good one about and you know, I think it was Full Metal Alchemist when he asked why. He said, "Why not?" You know, he asked, which is true, right? Well,
Yeah.
why? Why not?
Whoops.
It's the answer. Why is he pursuing Alphonse? Why
Yeah,
is he
mhm.
why is he creating war? And the answer is why not?
Mhm.
And this is the thing. Most people don't understand. A lot of people, right, will say to your face how much they hate war, but in private they go down and turn on the TV and they're absolutely glued to it, you know?
Yeah.
I remember the so-called great pop. Anybody remember the Great Patriotic Movie era?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All you had to do was stick an American flag on a movie, and it would pretty much be the equivalent of a Marvel movie today. You know,
Yeah. Independence
it
Day,
would
the
make
Patriot.
$1 million, and you
Mhm.
can imagine, right? $1 million, even in the 1970s, movie making $1 million was wow. But then national theaters started opening more and more theaters,
Mhm.
and because for a long time, I don't understand why, but for a long time, because movies were barely profitable,
Mhm.
they didn't have many. You didn't have many theaters, but as more theaters opened, you made more money. Yeah. And so, but the thing is, as more theaters opened, the patriotic movies were making less money, and the gritty movies, the cowboy movies started making more money.
Mhm.
So I think, in a way, I don't think that you could say the patriotic movies were a failure.
Mhm.
It's just that the audience wasn't big enough for the new budgets. Like, you look at the budgets of those movies, they're made for a few $1,000s.
Mhm.
You look at movies today, you couldn't even shoot for a day on those budgets.
I mean,
The camera equipment alone.
a cheap movie is 50 million. Yeah.
Yeah, cheap.
Yeah.
No, they did a challenge to make it. I remember the $1 Million Movie Challenge. The last successful movie made for under $1 million was that Mexican one, El Mariachi.
Okay, yeah.
Technically, it was made in the US. Robert Rodriguez made a movie for $1 million, but he didn't pay himself, and a lot of people didn't take money.
Yeah.
And he borrowed camera equipment.
I think Kevin Smith, when he made Clerks, was like 25,000 and credit card. I think back in the days when they send you a pre-approved credit card, you get everything you get, max it out. Yeah. This thing is like, hey, remember that idiotic thing I did back here?
But you got to remember, he got
still paying off.
He got a movie camera for under $5,000. You try and get a movie quality camera now.
Oh yeah.
I forget another movie recently. It was a huge budget, and even then, half the equipment was borrowed and sets were borrowed from other productions.
Yeah.
And it's like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. In order to make Avatar, that's it. In order to make Avatar, though they had $1 billion, that was actually the limit set for all. Was originally 5 movies or 4 movies or 3 movies, I forget which. But it was, here, you have a catalog of movies worth $1 billion, so we'll leverage it. You make us money, you get X amount of the profit. But if you don't make us money, we take your back catalog. It's ours.
That's probably why Cameron's still making the damn things. It's like nothing we've seen. I was like, you got to fill the contract.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
But in order to make that movie so clear to fidelity, because it's so heavy on CGI, it takes months of modeling and running the animations.
Oh, yeah.
Some of these animations take months to process.
That's why the movie made so much money, because the spectacles, because the story is just Fern Gully, beat for beat. So
oh yeah, the story appeals to simpletons and nostalgia bait and morons who like big spectacles that have no story.
Yeah,
it's a big thug movie, Yeah,
that's why I never.
I
noticed that no one on home video. It's like, I don't have a 3D setup. And no.
But I like the analogy. If James Cameron, right, was starting that movie from scratch, and it's the same. They took some of these big budget movies, right, and showed them to people. It took a lot. Showed them to people who have very little, outside cultural references. They went around the world. These movies bombed with most people.
Yeah.
These movies are successful with people who are basically mass consumers, right? And like you said, if it wasn't for the fact that it was Fern Gully beat for beat, I reckon most of the American audience wouldn't watch it. Now, I don't get why some properties can be worth $1 billion and yet other properties which are way more popular and far more seen, but I guess it's what you call the intrinsic value. Stuff made for TV is assigned a low value. Movies are assigned a very high value. And like chunks, we pay the high movie cost. It's the same as, although, can you imagine if movies got video game budget? Movies, they want video game money. You're paying what? You're paying $70
Yeah.
for a 5-hour game? We holy shit, man. Yeah, movies, man. They want that. They want that video game money. That's what they're really chasing. And there are times video games are way more profitable than look at GTA. Way more
Yeah.
profitable.
I still wonder why can't we do get a movie like a video game? Well, 'cause it's a different audience. It's different,
It's
different sensibilities on the storyline. Yeah.
Because it's not interactive.
Yeah.
If you made Avatar interactive from the start, look at Avatar the game. It didn't do as good as the movie.
Yeah.
It sold, but didn't do as good as Resident Evil remake. Resident Evil remake. And again, you look at some video games; they do fantastic, like Resident Evil as a video game.
Yeah.
But as a movie, its audience doesn't want to sit and watch cutscenes.
Yeah.
I have seen this. How many times have you seen this in a movie where somebody's reaching for the controller? They're playing the game in their head.
Yeah.
I think anime has that medium where it's so associated that some anime, they have video games as part of their story. They have comics as part of their story.
Yeah.
They have, I shouldn't say manga because the manga is separate. You have the American comics. You have the they have just so many offshoots. And look at most anime today. If they aren't at least in full medium, they're not going anywhere. And even then, you're often only given one season. And some anime, they deserve multiple seasons, but don't get it simply because they can't outcompete the audience, right? And it's true. You can't outcompete the first season audience with a second season of most shows.
Yeah.
Too many out there want the first season. I know there are some of the anime that got lucky where they just fit into that. They have enough adult fantasy that they get a wide audience, but they have no sexual content, so they get the lower rating, which gives them, the children's audience and a better time slot.
Yeah.
So you have, particularly with Magic Girl or Girls with Guns, a huge audience. But you have to be so clean at the same time. You have to have the character design. But ultimately, it still comes down to the story. No, I get it. Some anime are picked up early, and that kills the momentum. But the really good ones, you notice, are stories that are picked up near their end, not near their beginning. Like, could you imagine if Overlord was picked up early? It would have been one season for sure. Absolutely. Same with Demon Slayer. If Demon Slayer wasn't, if they didn't have a complete story to start, they would have never made that. That wouldn't have gone past the season as well. Or one arc.
Yeah.
They would have crammed an arc into a season and be done with it, And people forget it's a business that's not driven by entertainment. It's driven, the people who run the anime industry, they don't like anime. They like the profits. Look at Sony.
Well, like I said, I'm not doing this for my health, people.
Yeah. Look at Sony. The head of Sony admitted he doesn't play video games.
Yeah.
He's an engineer. To him, it's just the challenge of making the PlayStation. And you've got to remember, that's what started Sony, was the challenge of making something. Well, started by engineers, one of the few companies that actually, designed and built their own product. But could you imagine Sony if they went to an American bank? Where would they be now? They'd be Sony California would be in charge. No, they for hey, Anime Night, how many times have we asked why is Sony California still in business? Well, Sony stepped up finally and did fire the guy.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they
But it
did.
But it took Concord. It took a $400 million failure to do it, though.
Mhm.
Yeah, because they pushed too hard. They're like, oh, we're just gonna sit here.
Mhm.
We're
Yeah,
just
they
gonna
thought they were
sit here
untouchable.
and
Mhm.
bully our audience, bully our paying customers.
they
We're
thought
gonna
we ought-
bully them.
Yeah, you're bullying the people who pay our bills. Fuck you, you're fired. Okay.
No, but the thing is, Sony California,
Mhm.
for rightly or wrongly, because they had the captive audience of California,
Mhm.
and they were getting good sales in California. But see, Sony Japan,
Mhm.
right? Somebody just asked the basic question: why are we only getting California? Where's the rest of the numbers?
Mhm.
And when they saw Concord, holy shit! Holy shit! But that's just something that when you have a really big company, nobody asks the question: why is Sony California only reporting sales figures for California?
Hmm.
And just because it's selling well in California,
Oh,
Now,
absolutely.
now yes, Sony ended up being the number one product, but as they said, they're still down.
Mhm.
You know, they're down 6 million units. You know, they only sold 6 million out of 20 million produced. And you look at the PlayStation 4. Look at the fact that PlayStation 4 bootlegs sold more than PlayStation 5. And this is what somebody learned from PlayStation 3. When Sony announced the end of PlayStation 3, companies bought up a large number of them and sat them on the shelf so that people will pay twice the price for them. And now it's just seen the same with the PlayStation 4.
Mhm.
Sony may actually make the PlayStation 6 fully compatible. One of the things that made the PlayStation 3, 4, and 5 difficult and hard to produce was the fact they did want that crossover with some previous generation games. But anything that used certain hardware could be duplicated because that hardware didn't exist. It was a different chipset. And as long as the game stuck to the raw code and did no hardware addressing, it would run. But unfortunately, a lot of games, in order to fast scroll, had to do hardware memory, had to do hard memory moves. You know, directly send
Hey,
to.
Big Angry Phil, what's up?
Mhm.
And I think Sony did ruin themselves by going after the anime game audience. You know, no upskirt, no, you know, yeah. I don't get it. Why? But I'm not an expert, but the market shifts so fast, you know, Sony probably may have thought they were reacting to market forces, you know.
Mhm.
But unfortunately, we're now finding, and they found out the hard way, that the loudest voices in the room do not represent the majority of the people. But the majority of the people are very inconsistent in what they like.
Mhm.
So I remember when Rocky came out, and all the sports movies that came out after that failed. You
Mhm.
know, I think, and a lot of people said Rocky
Hey,
2.
Sailor Outlaw.
Yeah, hey,
Mhm.
Rocky
Go
and
ahead.
those video games and those movies, they wouldn't have succeeded if it wasn't for the first Rocky. And the first Rocky was the last of the Patriot movie era. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have. I just think you look at the failure of Creed, right? You
Yeah.
look at it. it did okay as the first movie. The
Mhm.
second movie was
Yeah.
just, oh my God. It's just more beating each other around the face. There's no story, there's no heart. How many times can you have a drowned? How many times can you sell a 6'6" steroid freak as downtrodden?
Mhm.
He's won multiple fights. Everybody knows a boxer who wins 6-0 in boxing is going to be a millionaire because he's going to be fighting. He fights in a big ring. An audience of 40, 50,000 plus television. He's not downtrodden.
Mhm.
The downtrodden story worked in the 70s for Rocky because boxers weren't making millions of dollars except for those few fights.
Mhm.
Nowadays, even B-ring boxing is at least $1 million prize purse,
Mhm. Yeah.
Plus, also, it was released at a bad time for boxing when the
So I'm still here, just
with the sporting scandal, all the sports betting.
Mhm.
People knew the games were the boxing's rigged, man. They wants to watch boxing.
Yeah.
Wrestling decided to quickly scramble and say, yeah, wait a minute. It's all for show. It's all entertainment only.
Yeah. Has been for years. We're just going to admit it now.
Yeah.
It's entertainment only.
Mhm.
But the winners picked on crowd popularity. They said how they picked the winner.
Yeah.
So people thought, wow, we're in with a chance. All we have to do is chant, People pay. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. No, it's dollar, man. It's
So
dollars.
yeah, the wrestling's fake. The injuries are real. Okay, Owen Hart is still dead. Okay.
Yeah. Look, and the mental health toll is real.
Yeah.
Chris B. Anybody?
Mm. It's like when big WrestleMania match between Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant, and there was concern. What if Andre doesn't want to give up the belt? Who's going to take it? So there was is he going to play ball, or are we going to have a problem here?
Yeah,
he was making noise. He didn't necessarily want to drop the belt.
is he gonna do the JOB for the PPV
Mhm.
in front of
Now,
the Hulk
let's
Hogan?
see. Is the rumors true, however, that they did settle it with a real match?
No, it wasn't. If Andre didn't want to, no, there's no way Hulk Hogan would have won that one if Andre didn't want to play along. Okay.
No, but what I mean is, in Japan they couldn't in Japan they had an agreement and it had to be a real match.
Mhm.
Now, sure, Andre had a weight advantage and a size advantage,
Mm-hmm.
but he was also starting to get the effects of his enlarged heart. He could only his endurance was greatly diminished.
Yeah.
So I think definitely that played a factor. That and Andre realized that I better bow out while I'm ahead,
And he was a legendary drunkard too. Okay.
Yeah.
3 bottles of wine for breakfast, something like that.
That too. I think that's really where they got him. Like,
At least he was a happy drunk. Okay.
yeah. He was a happy drunk. He set a world record for the drinking the most alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much because you pour it in his mouth and it just comes straight out the other end,
Yeah.
His body was that used to alcohol. It's like, it's time to piss now.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? It's only the first drink. Yeah, that's just the first barrel, you mean?
Well, no, Colombian last night. I can't do it, Andre.
But again, I cannot confirm or deny that the fight in Japan was real.
Yeah.
Because it's at a time where the question mark over what was real and what wasn't real in wrestling was really big. Because there were a lot of wrestlers who went in the ring treating it as if it was real and then told later to back off, man. And they didn't get fights because they had won. And it's like, wait a minute, I won. Shouldn't I be getting more fights, not less?
Mm-hmm. Well, there are times when you got someone like Kurt Angle, that it was a genuine wrestler.
Yeah.
That Chris Benoit saying that was always a little awkward. When you had a real wrestler in there, it's like we might have problems here. He's doing actual wrestling moves.
Yeah, but you got to remember, his mental health was in massive decline. So,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're talking
and
Angle
nobody
or
tapped him on the shoulder and said,
you're talking Angle or Benoit?
"Yeah." Well, I think both, but
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Angle was a narcissist, and Benoit was basically delusional.
Well, this is why Benoit was still pretty much on top of things. He hadn't gotten.
No, but
So,
the signs of delusion were there. You know, the delusions of grandeur, which, I mean, when you're on top, it doesn't matter because you smack talking and saying how good you are translates to the crowd as look at me, I'm a winner, and I'm just bragging about it. Whereas you know, it's just starting to roll the eyes back in the head and walking around with his hands up. It's like that's not normal behavior, you know.
Yeah.
Ow.
Now, apparently, part of what started the downfall of Chris Benoit was that they were going to make him the top dog at ECW.
Pulled it
So
out.
they're going to bring that out. And he was going to be a bit. But Benoit came out of the old ECW. He saw it as a demotion. And this is after he'd already won the World Heavyweight belt. You know, so hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, but Benoit, like I said, he was delusional. He was he you know, he didn't realize that it's a business and they were setting the matches based on money, not based on your career.
Yeah.
You go where you're told. You fight in the fights you're told.
Yeah.
It's all in your contract. Didn't you read your contract?
Yeah.
No, I was too busy bending over the desk and taking it to get the contract.
Yeah. And then,
I'm sorry, but that's funny. I am so sorry.
And then
but it came out. That's how a lot of people got their contract.
And then came the day when it's like, you know,
Mr. Cena,
between
The Rock,
between the brain damage of all those headbutts, you know, and the thing, and then the steroid abuse, making him dangerous to be around anybody. It's like
again, an industry that was lacking self-awareness and thinking that the damage was, just pay off the damages. It's way too profitable to stop now. You know what I mean? It's all fun and games until somebody loses a life.
Yeah.
And what are the lessons learned? Don't go public with steroid abuse.
Yeah.
No, they're absolutely, you know, Vince has an ego problem too.
Oh yeah.
He didn't realize that Me Too would come for him eventually. You know, he was a target. He knew he was a target, but did he modify his behavior or make sure that he cleared his desk of all the issues and returned a few phone calls? No.
I'm Vincent Kennedy McMahon, damn it.
I'm Rich.
You're fired.
I'm Rich McMahon. Damn it.
He had suffered from the same delusion of grandeur as Chris Benoit and many others before him, that they were untouchable, that they could do this forever.
Rowan.
And I think the downfall of wrestling merely was a blip on the road. But I think the biggest cause of the downfall was the fact that that McMahon just basically never acknowledged the fact that it was all borrowed money.
Yeah.
Every expansion borrowed money, and I don't know how in debt WWE is or any of the others. I don't know their finances, but it was pretty clear that that when the banks come knocking, and then he's fired, you know, he's not the boss. You know, you're the CEO until you're not. You know.
Yeah. So, okay, well, guess what? Now your son-in-law's running things, and Linda's gone on to become a cabinet member in the government.
Yeah. But, you know, why have a board and a company if you're going to basically make them paperless tigers, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, toothless tigers.
Of course, I still find hilarious the thing. These committees made it think, you're going to get Linda McMahon? You really think so? Have you guys watched SmackDown? Okay. She's gonna eat you guys for breakfast and these things. That's why she's now in the cabinet. Apparently got confirmed.
Yeah.
No one said anything.
Well,
Don't think there
But
she is.
to expand the company, he had to leverage those shares, and
Mhm.
those shares technically were in the hands of the bank, and they
Yeah.
can do what they want with them, and they
Mhm.
gave and used those shares voting power to vote him out.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't realize that's what happens with leverage. Could have happened to
Yep.
Trump too. Trump Tower. If Trump hadn't turned Trump Tower around,
Oh, God.
they would have leveraged him out
Yeah.
long ago.
Yep. Yeah, that
Every
that
business
that
that
they
expands
would.
through debt. People
I mean,
talk
look,
about Trump.
look what happened to Jim Crockett Promotion. Look what happened to them. Because I
Look what's
feel like,
happening to Disney in real time.
oh yeah, that too. I feel like I feel like because when Jim Crockett expanded more towards the west, that's when it started to go downhill. The routing and everything, the show having more shows than more house shows than anything. Because if I remember correctly, one of the houses there, it was California, which is horrible for at the time. During the territory days, it was horrible for business, except for the Cow Palace. The Cow Palace had the biggest advantage, having the better,
Now,
having the
was
city.
that the territories? Was that the sports commission or an agreement between the companies?
That was an agreement between the promoters and the
Yeah.
companies, because
It was basically this. I know
They
it was
had the-
designed to stop monopoly laws, right? That
yes,
state- they
they
could
had
each promoter could have a monopoly, but only within their state, and because it was not nationwide monopolies, they could get away with it.
that's right.
Yeah, but the sports commission eventually had to sign off on it. But yeah, it was obviously an agreement between companies that started. That's what I wanted to know. But yeah,
Yeah,
outward
here's,
expansion. Because they didn't understand that each wrestling style had its roots in different states. So you go to different states, and all of a sudden, you have a different audience.
here's the
Hello,
here's the,
everybody.
hey,
Hi,
what's up?
Kermit.
Hey, Kermit. So here's the map and everything. So we had the big one would be AWA, which is under Vern Gagne at the time, and then you had Stu Hart in the up north in the Canada days, and then you had Don Owen in the Pacific Northwest at the time, and then Mid Atlantic, which would later become Jim Crockett Promotions under his son Jim Crockett Jr. And then you had Memphis with Jerry Jarrett, who also had the son by the name of Jeff Jarrett, and of course Mid South Bill Watts,
There we go.
and then the legendary Amarillo territory by Dory Funk Sr., the dad of Terry Funk at the time. And then you had world class wrestling under the legendary Von Erich family. Down in Georgia, the beautiful state of Georgia.
Mhm.
Georgia Championship Wrestling, everybody in the good times, baby. You had Jim Barnett. All my stars. Look at all those stars out there.
Mhm.
Just when you listen to him talk,
Yeah,
it's
that's
actually
what
pretty.
we-
It's what
I-
it's actually
Yeah,
funny.
we were AWA for a long time. Yeah.
And then in the Toronto territory of Frank Tunley, I think he is related to Jack Tunley, who was the president of the WWF in the late 80s, I believe, because I vaguely remember him. A friend of mine was talking about him a while back. And then, of course, in this territory right here, in the Connecticut, New York district, it would be it's the World Wrestling Federation at the time. So all of this, right? all of this right here is where the territories are.
Yeah, I think back then was still Worldwide Wrestling Federation, WWF. You know.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And then big time wrestling under Ed Ferrara, that in the Michigan territory at the time, really set the tone. So what happened? Well, let's go down. Look at all these territories, because remember, we also had because you had the biggest ones out there being the AWA, and all the other ones. Stampede Wrestling was very popular up in Canada at the time. It's still technically is.
Yeah, that's the hard
in certain areas.
Yeah, different states still have their different tastes, but what happened is that most of them can't afford TV.
Yeah, but that all changed. Let's go to Georgia for a minute. Let's go to Jim Barnett for a moment. So what changed? What changed? So Georgia Championship Wrestling, they became so popular because it's like MTV. It's like during the MTV boom of the late 80s, when rock and wrestling was starting. This is before that. This is before that time. This is right before that.
Georgia,
anime. This is around the same time of newspaper consolidation as well. And a lot of people don't realize this, but Murdoch started it all with consolidation because Murdoch realized, let's say you've got 10 newspapers in a country and you've got 10 leaders of each business making $1 million, right?
Right.
Murdoch realized that the repayments on the loans were so cheap that you could take over a company and just use the profits as is of that company to repay the debt. And that's what started consolidation. And the consolidation rules being Murdoch challenged and had the anti-consolidation rules changed. So that allowed wrestling and many other federations to begin mergers and acquisitions.
Is that true still now?
No, the more and more mergers are. Yeah, Bob Iger is one of the Disney and Apple and Google are one of the few companies, and it's slowing down to be able to leverage. Yeah, but even Google is now finding it hard because they're running. See, everybody's consolidated, right? You look at Sony Entertainment; it's a huge conglomerate, right, of consolidated companies.
Isn't that technically illegal?
Well, no, the rules were relaxed on monopolies.
Not when you buy the politicians to change the law.
Yeah. If the government doesn't rule you a monopoly, you're not a monopoly, even though you are.
I meant without relaxing the rules, would they be illegal?
Yes, technically Google is a illegal monopoly, but nobody, and so is Apple, but nobody has the power to break them up because the commission won't rule on it. Until the commission rules they're an illegal monopoly, and you have to demonstrate beyond reasonable doubt that they're an illegal monopoly. And the rules are so complicated now. People even still arguing about. Yeah, but anime's right. In the 80s, boom, there was consolidation boom, and it did start with the fact that things became more popular. Because without the popularity, there isn't the money in the companies to be worth taking them over.
Because if you also remember, right after Georgia Championship Wrestling went global, all the other territories started to dwindle, and then we had the
because TV.
Nothing there.
Well,
it's because
time,
TV. Because the bigger ones could afford airtime. Because remember, with sports, they didn't have TV companies chasing them. You had to buy airtime in the 80s.
Yep, that's right.
that's not as true now.
No, because in the 90s they became so profitable, the TV companies went, shit, we better own this crap or we're losing money.
Mhm.
And that was, again, Murdoch taking over the NFL.
Is there anything in... I'm surprised there's nothing on that map about Mexico. Or
Mexican
much of-
wrestling,
You notice that?
Yeah.
Mexican wrestling is not part of the World Federation of Wrestling. That's why.
Yeah, it's a
Because the
different
World
thing.
Federation of even parts of Canada aren't part of the World Federation of Wrestling. The World Federation of Wrestling is United States and some parts of Canada.
America.
It's like
I
World
imagine,
Federation of
mostly.
Baseball. It's America,
Mhm.
Cuba, and 6 other countries.
Really?
No, they
Mhm.
just
What are the 6 other
Mhm.
countries?
one of them's Japan, Australia. I think Korea is part of the Baseball Federation, isn't it?
Mhm.
What about
Hey, you got
wrestling?
beaten.
Is Japan
Hey, you got
part of
beaten
that?
by Cuba in baseball often.
Oh, Cuba. Fidel Castro, before he got into politics, was viewed as a possible, pickup. I think he would play for one of the farm teams for the Yankees. He was a hell of a ball player.
Cubans love their baseball, man.
Yeah.
Then-
Oh God, yeah.
And we know how that
How
I
history
wonder,
could have changed if
did
he
he
only worked at his
did
fastball.
he
Yeah, yeah.
did he play? Did he play? I
Yeah,
wonder
played
if he
professionally in
played
Florida for a year.
baseball
Yeah.
on his time off.
Yeah, for a
Good
year
time
he
off.
played in
Yeah,
Florida.
good.
Even
Professional baseball.
after he got in, he had a
What?
professional baseball team.
He was a professional ball player.
Yeah,
If he
Way
had,
back
did?
if he had a better inside swing, inside fastball, you could have, Cuba would be very different today.
Mhm.
yeah. Actually, Cuba
he
would have been
play
very
with
different
them?
had America made it a state instead of giving
Yeah,
it to
Yeah,
Batista.
instead of cutting it loose, because that was a U.S.
Yeah.
territory originally.
But it was a U.S. territory. They cut
Yeah.
it loose because
Maybe-
because it was costing more to run
May-
than it
maybe
was
with-
making than the cost of than they were making off the sugar.
Yeah.
That's why Cuba is such a hellhole, because America didn't want to carry the burden of governance. And part of the problem is the small islands. Most of the small islands in the Pacific too
Mhm.
have the
Yeah.
same problem. Without benefactors, they go broke very quickly.
Mhm.
They have
Yeah.
no product that is
Yeah.
worth a lot of money anymore.
Mhm.
When sugar was profitable, the US stayed in Cuba. But as soon as it was no longer profitable, because more and more countries were growing sugar, Cuba became a nobody.
Mhm.
But Cuba could never keep up with the demand for sugar anyway.
And then it's all fascinating.
One of the problems with the politics of Cuba is it's also the politics of money and the greed of poor people. If you don't understand the greed of poor people, you will never understand Cuba and why they
Mhm.
cling to socialism. Because Cuba knows it will never be a rich country. It will never be a successful country. In fact, most of the time, it's not a country. It's a satellite of somebody bigger.
Mhm.
And right now, they're China's bitch.
Yep.
They are.
Big time.
They
I'm
got-
not
Half
surprised,
the national
but I'm
budget
not
is
surprised.
direct was US aid coming from Chinese companies. Here's the scam: Chinese companies set up
No.
as NGOs, get US aid, and they funnel it to Cuba, but not as US aid, but as Chinese aid.
Mhm.
The Trump shut that shit down.
Mhm.
But that's what they
Hard
do.
and
Chinese companies
fast.
register in the Cayman Islands, set up a charity in the US, and funnel that as aid money, start charge territory in the US, and then they funnel that aid money to Cuba as Chinese aid. It's like, what?
Mhm. Yep. Welcome back,
That
Fatal.
doesn't
Welcome
Hey,
back.
Fatal.
surprise me, but
It shouldn't
I-
surprise
I don't
anybody how
I
corrupt.
think I knew that,
aid
but
is.
it doesn't
Mhm.
surprise me.
Mhm.
It's again, circling back to where we
I-
started with wrestling and consolidation.
I saw
Before I go,
I-
if
I
it
saw
wasn't
somewhere
Georgia,
that I saw somewhere that
yeah,
that most of the aid doesn't get
Yeah.
to the people.
yeah,
Oh,
No
God,
matter
no.
6%.
where it goes.
It's been well known that less than 6% of aid actually gets to the people. And guess which
If
producer?
that.
Guess, yeah, and guess who's the largest?
If that.
Yeah.
Oh
but
yeah, overhead's
you know
a
why?
bitch, ain't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you look at it, the problem with aid, if you look at most aid, is that companies with $400,000-$600,000 endowments. You have people who we won't name, certain YouTubers who are uber popular and uber rich, getting rich off charities. Yet when I ask for money, I'm called a scumbag. You know, it's like at least I'm honest in saying
Mhm.
I have a Patreon. I'm not pretending to be a charity. I'm not saying that I'm raising money for sick kids and then becoming a multi-millionaire along the way. But this is the problem, okay? So many people out there, and whether it's wrestling or whatever, think their way's the best way. And, you know, a lot of people forget there are different styles of wrestling. There
To
are
be
different...
To be fair, sometimes it is their way are better.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Georgia had a better business model. The others should not have
I
been
didn't say
squeezed
it,
out
Matt.
of the market and
I didn't-
taken over. But the
I
problem
didn't
is...
say it I didn't say it didn't matter. I just said
Okay,
it,
sorry.
sometimes they have better ideas.
Yes, but it
Right,
doesn't
I ne-
mean that
I
they
never
should be
used the
able
words
to
it
buy
didn't
up
matter.
the entire market and create a monopoly. But people congregate
Did
to
I
power.
ever use the words it doesn't matter?
No,
No,
don't
you didn't. I said it doesn't matter to most people. They only want to congregate to power.
That's fair enough.
So if they see the AWE on TV, it doesn't matter if it's an inferior product. They had a better marketing idea and they had a better presentation, so they sat and watched it because it's cheaper than going out to your local wrestling match to watch that. You know. And unfortunately, we have no answers for the
understand.
people who sat and watched their sport turn into a joke. You know, there is no saving the majority from themselves. China tried it. Germany tried it. Russia tried it. America's tried it multiple times.
What other
Monopolies.
countries are in the WWE?
No, I'm talking about monopolies that we can't save. We
I
can't
asked
stop
what other
monopolies.
countries are in the WWE.
I don't think there's. I think it's just US and Canada, isn't
I'm
it?
not sure
Or
it's
parts
really-
of Mexico.
I'm not sure it's really countries per se. It's just how many different wrestlers has Vince got in the stable.
Oh, there's a lot actually. It ranges from American all the way to Puerto Rico to Japan, and more recently, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Like actual Saudi Arabia, not
Is that-
like people. What like they were there, but they were from like the Iron Sheik and everything. And
No, they're real. Yeah, there are real people from outside of America in the.
but they didn't
WWE.
do they didn't but they didn't do business with the country just yet.
Yeah,
No,
But
no,
they don't.
but it's only recently because for a long
Is
time
there-
it was just US and Japan, right?
Mhm.
Is
Yeah.
there other federations?
Oh, there's
Oh,
other.
yeah,
Is
Yeah.
there
there's
other
the World
wrestling
Federation.
federations
There's several.
around the world?
Man, that's
Yeah,
why
there's
even
several, but they don't have TV. They don't have TV rights. They don't have the
Yeah.
money.
I mean that's why Vince has been shut down
against
because
WWE.
technically it's
Only
not a
AWE
monopoly.
has. There's only two, right? There's only two big federations. The rest are like,
Mhm.
you
That's
know,
what-
I'm on my locals. The rest are like PBS. You know, they're on Russian television. You know, at midnight. You know, they don't have anywhere near the coverage,
They're-
let alone
they're
anywhere
like
near
the-
the
They're like
budget.
they're like the Pope's prayer breakfast, which is at like 3 a.m. here for whatever reason.
because the time because of
Because
the
nobody
time
wants
zone,
to
I
watch it
believe.
during. People want to watch other things during the day.
However, I can break this down for you further.
No, but you get
Kermit.
my
Yeah,
point.
sorry, I've got to go. I'll see you all
Mhm.
later. Take care, guys.
Take
Alright.
care, David. Take care. As I was saying, I could break this down a lot further. So, what happened was, we're in
Bye.
Mhm. Mhm.
anyway.
Okay.
In the late 80s, we had Georgia Championship Wrestling. One of the coolest. Oh,
There we go. I'm back. Now
welcome
you
back.
can break it down.
Okay, alrighty. So Georgia Championship Wrestling was in a wonderful world of circumstances because Ted Turner, the legendary TBS
Mhm.
broadcast founder and everything, wanted wrestling,
Yeah.
and he purchased it from the time under from his old friend's widow, because when big time wrestling fell on its ass, he rebranded it into Georgia Championship Wrestling, which would later, in hindsight, would go on to be World Championship Wrestling.
Mhm.
And then what happened on Black Saturday? Here's what happened. The World Wrestling Federation, under Vince McMahon Jr.,
Mhm.
Vince J. McMahon's
Yeah.
son,
Yeah.
he technically took over the company, but what it really was a deal between him and his father. His
Mhm.
father let him take over, like have the company to himself. However, if he could not make it just as successful, he had to give the shares and everything back to his dad.
Mhm.
At the time, he started pillaging all sorts of
Mhm.
wrestlers,
Oh,
like
yeah.
from Vern Gagne to a whole bunch of others.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
where he got Hulk Hogan from. He got
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan from Vern Gagne. Wow, what a blunderbuss that was for good old Vern back then.
That's
And
because
the next thing, and
I-
then the next,
I'm sorry, I don't know much of what you're talking about, but
you're
continue.
getting into my child because I remember when Vern Gagne was still wrestling.
and
I
when
used to
he
watch
had,
this shit.
and
I was watching
when,
shit in the
he had
70s.
hair,
Yeah.
and when he
Well,
had
he
hair.
was losing the hair then, but I remember because out here it was AWA. And yeah, you have Vern Gagne, Superstar
Yeah.
Billy Graham, Mad Dog Vachon, Baron Von Raschke. You know,
Yep.
backstage
And
was
so-
mean Gene Okerlund was doing the backstage interviews. Okay.
So in the
Mhm.
Canada area in Calgary was Stu Hart, the legendary father of the Hart
Oh, yeah.
family.
Mhm,
Yeah,
the Hart Foundation.
he stayed cleared of everything going on. So the big main ones was the AWA, the NWA, Jim Crockett, and we had WWF at the time.
Mhm.
The four main ones.
And
As
they all
time
merged eventually, right?
Well, they kind of got hostile takeover in some spots.
yes, they did.
So,
So
yeah, long story short, yes.
anyway,
Mhm.
I
So what hap-
apologize.
nah, you're okay. You're okay.
Mhm.
If you hear pounding, it's because I'm trying to keep my foot awake. I'm just like trying to keep my legs awake. That's all. So that's what you're really hearing and everything. That's what you're really hearing. So anyway, as I was saying, the World Wrestling Federation took over this whole section right here, like this whole section, and even Georgia. It cut right through.
Where were they based out of?
They were based out of New York, Connecticut, and the upper peninsula of the United States. Whereas
Did they show matches from around the world?
they couldn't be, they couldn't do it.
They're
because-
very territorial back then.
Yeah, the territories back then they had the UHF stations, which were very expensive, like way more. Like if you thought cable was bad in the 90s, ask Bob.
How much?
Ask Bob how
Well,
bad it was
How
in
much
the
was
80s.
it?
Well, we didn't really have much as far, out here. We didn't get UHF stuff until a while. It was all VHF. So out here, wrestling was like Saturday afternoons on Channel 2, it was an independent station. And it was clear. I mean, they talk about, and this weekend at the Denver Coliseum, we never saw the Coliseum fights. It was some studio. You have like few rows surrounding the ring, and then they come out and do the thing. You see some film sometimes of the big matches, like when everyone and uncle came out and ambushed superstar Billy
But-
Graham during a match.
How much was it?
Like
It was on TV.
I don't know the specifics, but I know it was a lot of money. I don't know the specific dollar amount,
Multiple thousands?
It was enough to keep it
something,
going.
something close to that. Hey, MGTOW. Oh, let me send you a link, buddy. Let me send you a link. I forgot. I completely forgot. to
Or
give
a
you link.
multiple hundreds of thousands, possibly?
We're talking. Well, I'm talking back in the mid '70s here.
Yeah, like somewhere out there, basically. And with that going on, you had down here in
It probably also depended on the fight and who was fighting.
mhm. So Georgia Championship Wrestling was at its peak.
I would imagine something like the championship would be in the multiple millions,
Well, yeah, the economics are different back then.
depending on who was fighting.
So I'll break it down further. The
Would I
only
be
people
wrong,
who,
do you think?
The numbers weren't that big back then. That's how they're taking over so well, because they weren't making that much money.
so the only ones who could afford the UHF stations at that very time was the WWF, Jim Crockett, Georgia, the World Class Championship Wrestling, the AWA, the NWA, and Stampede at the time. All of these ones right here could afford it. Now, when Black Saturday happened, World Wrestling Federation cut through all this territory right here to Georgia. They took it over and they started showing their tapes of their wrestling show, and it drew up a huge firestorm. Calls were coming in. They demanded the Georgia Championship Wrestling be back. So what Ted Turner did, he got a hold of I think he got a hold of Bill Watts and ran his wrestling through on the prime time. And Jim Crockett came in and outright bought it back from Vince, who said famously, you'll choke on that million. But also behind the scenes as well, Jim. Also, guess who else got squeezed out of Georgia? Good old Ole Anderson. Because he had a bone to pick with McMahon.
I apologize. I don't know who that is.
He is one of the he's one of the he was a booker and one of the shareholders for Georgia Championship Wrestling at the time. And so he had no case when the shares when the trial was going on and everything. Because remember, in the corner of Vince McMahon, he had the Briscoe brothers, he had Jim Barnett, and a few other people who were okay with this deal. Like, hey, we'll give you our shares and everything. No one had Ole Anderson's back because of how ruthless he was behind the scenes. So he tried to fight the case. And thanks to a huge lie by his lawyers, who assured him that the first clause would protect him from the second one. And unfortunately, that was not the case. He was squeezed out of it, and that's when Vince McMahon completed the purchase. Fast forward a couple more years later, in the top section going outward, we had the WWF. In the bottom section going out this way, we had Jim Crockett. What else was happening? Well, down in Texas, World Class Championship Wrestling at the time, ran by the legendary father of the Von Erich family. He had his own wrestling because he was once president of the AWA at the time. He was with them at the time, and only one of his sons ever became the NWA world champion the one time. That was the only time they ever had that belt, was under him, because his first
That
son.
seems depressing.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse from here on out. It gets
No,
worse.
for them, then.
It
They've
is
only had
because,
the belt once. That seems depressing.
because remember, the NWA and the AWA are very, very powerful. They are probably the most they're the most powerful wrestling organizations at their height. At their height, because remember, they get to decide who is champion. And of course, were secretly Ric Flair fans. They were secretly Ric Flair fans because if you go back to Ric Flair's history of the World Championships, look how many times his name appears under the NWA championship. You'll be surprised to see how many times. That being said, and I'm not knocking on Flair here. I respect the man's legacy and everything, but I'm not knocking him here. The World Class Championship Wrestling was facing a lot of problems because he broke away from the alliance that he had with them. The only advantage he had with these people. And what happened? He rebranded it as World Class Championship Wrestling, and that's a big move because remember, when you rebrand, you gotta really go out there and prove it. He did for a time because luckily the circumstances were really great at the time. They had really good business with the Freebird and Von Erich rivalry at the time. However, after that success, things started to go downhill. One of the Von Erich brothers, it wasn't Kevin, it was not Chris, it wasn't Kerry, it was David Von Erich, who died under very indisputable evidence of OD in Japan. And keep in mind, the whole thing is
That's
a huge mess.
unfortunate.
Yes, and what makes it even more sadder, is he was actually scheduled to legitimately win, like legitimately here. No backstage politics, none of that crap. He was legitimately gonna win the NWA title from Ric Flair. Clean. He was gonna win it clean from Flair.
Don't they still do this stuff now? Some of it?
I would say yes, but unfortunately I don't know the ins. I don't know that much ins and outs of the booking committee and everything, but I can tell you it does happen from time to time. With that said, when David died, that's when it really started to roll out of control. Because Kerry Von Erich got the title shot against Ric Flair that day at the Parade of Champions in honor of David, and that right there ties in to that one time they won. They actually had it in their company. Kerry lost it, I think, a month. I want to say a month later, if I remember correctly. He lost it a month later, and then the death of Gino Hernandez, which I want to say he was outright murdered. He was murdered because it was not OD. Even though there was drugs in his system, but it was twice the amount, like way higher. However, there was a lot of mysterious
That's
circumstances
probably
with that.
that stuff's probably common there.
And it's very
All
sad,
that drug
honestly.
stuff.
Oh, it was, but not as bad as, but not
It's
as
probably still
rampant.
common. I mean,
Well, it depends on who you talk to. It depends. For me, I know
and
the
who
drug
it is,
scene,
I imagine.
and who else, and
Right?
who else
All that.
with.
It depends on a million different factors.
Yep. So when after the untimely passing of David Von Erich is when, and the, I'm just gonna outright say it, the murder of Gino Hernandez, World Class really went down. Like they went down hard. Like you could just watch it happening in real time. And that's when Jim Crockett Promotions took over the promotions and everything, and it was just down to Jim Crockett and the World Wrestling Federation at that time. The real end of the territories is when the real end was when Vince McMahon bought WCW. That was the real end of it. It wasn't when Bischoff took over. It wasn't when Bischoff took over, because remember, we still recognized WCW at the time under Jim Crockett, because Jim Crockett was still involved for a time before he got shoved out by Bischoff and a few other people when they brought Hulk Hogan in '96. The real end of the territories came on WCW from the Big Vin Man and the Monday Night Wars were over. The very episode in Panama City marks the end of everything.
Vince McMahon appears on WCW Nitro.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I remember it was the talk of it the next day at school. It was the talk of it. All the WCW fans were so angry with us. They were so angry. Like they glared at us from the other side of the lunch table. They were because half of them were the WCW fans and the other half were the WWF fans. And you should have seen how it was during lunch when with the tables and everything.
My lunch wasn't. I only remember one incident from my lunch hall.
But yeah, that's the history of that's. Oh, go ahead.
I've probably told you the story about the kids throwing food and missing.
Keep going. We're listening.
Did I tell you that story?
No.
I might have told it on Rosetta's channel, right, Bob?
I don't remember it now.
Where they tried to throw the food at another student. They missed and hit one of the lunch monitors.
That's a bad thing. Yeah.
It's It's always the lunch monitors that get whacked.
That'll end a food fight real quick. Yeah.
It turns into a different kinds of fight.
Yeah. Now, Robert, I got a couple of things on the history of.
I never seen that.
I think it was a history thing with a history of professional wrestling, just going back to like the 1800s, back when it's still genuine actual wrestling. And when it started turning into more of a staged event, And they talked to Vince, and they talked to then Vince talking about how when he got a call from Ted, "Hi Vince, I'm in the wrestling business." That's good, Ted. I'm in the entertainment business. Don't get confused. But also good one those is the history of ECW and what Paulie went through and then when they're trying to get a cable deal, I think they pushed out from TNT in favor of WWF at the time, or could be WWE. And
I imagine
Paul
that
Heyman
has to do with politics, money.
Well, Paul Heyman goes on there. Hi, I am Paul Heyman, chairman of ECW Wrestling, and that's talking about how TNT hands Vince McMahon $50 million like he needs it. No, we have yet to see a single promo, a single poster anywhere. And if you were watching this, thank God you're one of the very few, because they have not done anything to promote us whatsoever. And so until you just said fight. Cancel the look until you do. I will violate every rule you have on the book until you fire my ass. Now that, people, is a shoot. Basic terminology with genuine. When this is the real thing, I call it.
Did they fire him?
I don't know. I think eventually, ECW got bought up by WWE. And you saw a lot of ECW talent go over to WWE or WWF. The Dudley Boys, Chris Jericho, Chris Benoit. Yeah, they all started in ECW. But it was like back in the day, though. It's
I don't know why I find that funny.
I don't know. It's like back in the day, though. It's like back when ECW is going. It's like you call in to order some merch, and Tommy Dreamer is taking your order. Okay, they were that low staffed.
What'd you say about merch and calling in?
No, and you're calling to order a T-shirt or something, from ECW, and the wrestlers are working the phones. They didn't just identify themselves. You don't know who you're talking to, but it's gonna be Tommy. It's gonna be Chris Jericho taking your order.
They were that. Why didn't they get any actual people to do that?
Because they had no money. This is a bare bones operation. Okay. I mean, they're operating out of they're doing the matches in a little kind of a meeting hall in Philadelphia.
Oh no!
Yeah.
So it's
when they did
part of the contract? So it's part of their contract to do wrestling, non-wrestling stuff.
It's just the venue was there. They scheduled for that. And okay, next week there's a Shriners convention. Who knows? Like you get what you can. There were no. They couldn't fill it.
Does any other wrestlers wrestling outfits do that?
If they wanted to survive, they probably did something. I think it was I don't know if it was Benoit or Jericho talking about trying to get a flight out and gets a call that, okay, your bereavement fare has been approved. And we're sorry to hear about the loss of your uncle, Paul Heyman. He would pull all kinds of tricks just to save a few bucks on a plane ticket to get the pick somewhere. Let's think about Paul Heyman. He would never lie to the fans. Paul would never lie to the fans. He'd lie to the wrestlers all the damn time, but he'd never lie to the fans. Okay,
So the wrestlers had to become fans in order to hear what he really wanted to say?
Probably.
I'm sure I'm sure they listen to the fan stuff too.
Well, yeah, they get the family, they get calls. They have credentials. Hey, Jericho, they had a real big problem though. One time there was
But yeah, that.
some kind of
Go ahead.
enthusiastic amateur managed to weasel his way into actually participating in the match and lying about what his background. He had no experience in this thing, and the amateur got himself killed by the Dudley Boys. Yeah, this guy
Wait,
fat, out of
They
shape.
actually killed
What?
someone?
No, but they very well could have. Like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. It's like, you go through a table. That is a real. Those aren't fake. The tables are not fake. They don't really take well that someone being slammed onto it. But it's like but it's not any kind of breakaway thing. That's a real steel chair they're getting smacked with. And if you're not in shape, it's gonna hurt.
Did he do his best for a little while?
His best was probably pretty empathetic. He wound up in the hospital. It's like, and only because, as in Paul Heyman's words, he said, "I've been sued more times than Martha Stewart."
Did anyone ever get in trouble for it?
Not really, because he misrepresented himself and get into there. It's like, you lied about your background. Your own dumb fault.
How bad were his injuries? Did you ever know?
I don't know any details, but it was pretty damn bad. I saw some footage of the fight. This guy's just flying around. It's like,
did they have to pull the ambulance up to the side of the ring?
Not that bad, but I'm sure it's like, you have to bring the gurney, wheel him out. It's like, get this guy out of here.
I'm sorry, by the way, for my stupid questions.
Oh no, it's a very strange world. So
I literally know nothing about wrestling.
it's it's kind of that netherworld. Is it a sport? It's a soap opera for rednecks, whatever
Could it be both?
Yeah, well, that's about what it amounts to.
It depends on where they play. It could be both.
Well, just the storyline, because you got the heroes and villains and heels and
I went to one wrestling match once recently-ish.
Yeah.
It was before COVID, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't understand. But they had someone with a wrestling whatever belt and then the storyline was him avoiding all the wrestlers.
Yeah.
And it showed his progress every now and then backstage.
Yeah.
In avoiding people. And then he finally got out back to one of the side entrances.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure who it was. I couldn't tell you anyone's name.
Mm-hmm.
That's how but
avoiding the some of these things go back. Some of the stuff goes back, like back in the 50s. Gorgeous George, get your filthy hands off of me!
And then he got to someone was waiting with a car, another wrestler, and then he stole. Then he went to get into the side front door, and then a passenger seat, and then a ref comes out, and then they knock him out of the car. And I don't remember if they left him or stuffed him in the trunk. But they stole the either way they stole the I think they left both him and the ref.
But he turns into soap opera after
but he stole the belt and drove away.
It degenerates into melodrama after a while. You know?
I found it amusing, if nothing
Yeah.
else.
Well, that's the point of
I
it.
had no clue what was going on. Of course.
Nothing to make it clear, you know, who's the hero, who's the villain, who do you cheer for, you know.
It was exciting.
One thing you don't do, what you don't do is call it fake. That's the thing. Because there was way back when a segment of the episode of Politically Incorrect, Bill Maher's old show, and he had, let's see, Rowdy Piper, Sting, I think China, and I forget who won more, but
Are they all wrestlers?
Yeah, they're all wrestlers. Yeah, but Bill started off on the wrong.
Wrestlers or something?
He was all, yeah, they were all wrestlers. But Bill starting wrong foot is, you know, are the fans in on the joke? It's, you know, are they that was the wrong choice of phrases for Rod.
Some of them are, I imagine.
No, the thing is he started because the joke. Oh, joke, huh? Yeah, wrist, rope, bend right. Yeah, just pull down, yeah, help purpose. Yeah, big joke. Owen Hart's dead. Yeah, big joke. We're all laughing it up here, Bill. Okay. Yeah, don't call it fake. Okay, these guys are very athletic and very well built, but and the risk is very real. Okay, because Owen Hart died. Didn't even start yet. They were setting up. They were bringing the cage down, and someone had the brother to have Owen on top of the cage coming down. He lost his grip and fell, and he would have landed right on the table with Jim Ross and who was with him. Maybe it was, you know, I think we were Jerry Lawler, but whoever was at the table, that was where he was going. And the fourth, I say, get out of the way. So, you know, and at that height, that table shot, you're not coming out of, you know. So
I imagine they train for everything they do to be as safe as possible.
They do, but some things go wrong. Stone Cold Steve Austin got a broken neck because Owen Hart didn't set up the pile driver right. Because the way you're supposed to do it is that when you come down, you got the guy set up, you know, his head's down between the legs, and you go down. Ideally, your ass is supposed to hit the ground, and his shoulder's on you. But if he's not positioned right, and his head's a little too far down, guess what? It's exactly what it looks like you're doing. It, you know, hits him right on the, you know, about his neck, tick the thing, and
or he's
wound up on the hospital
too much.
Well, just he's just getting set up right, and you got to do it live there, so you don't have a real second chance there. But he didn't get it set up right, went down, and Steve wound up in the hospital for a while with a fractured neck. And little irritated that Owen didn't even check it to say how you doing.
Did he go back?
Oh yeah, this was very early on. It was just, you know, he was just fractured, and you know.
Or did he? Did he heal eventually?
Yeah.
Fully.
He was just out of action for a while. Yeah, but
and did he go back?
Because Steph had the same injury, just fractured. That I think didn't actually snap or anything. But it's like, you're not going to rest you for a while.
Did he eventually go back?
Oh yeah. So this is very early, you know. But I think it was also the injury where they ended up having to do surgery on it, because it's a surgery that kind of neck injury, and the main drawback is the entry has to be from the front. You have to kind of push the voice box aside so you can get in there and do it. And if you're someone like Stone Cold Steve Austin, your voice is kind of down this way anyway. You gotta give a goddamn about your voice. You don't suppose you want to kind of scratch your mic. It made it easier to do it. Rush Limbaugh had the same injury from a football injury, but that one, it's only a 5% chance your voice is going to get fucked up. Well, your career depends on your voice.
that 5% looms very, very large. So in his case, he got addicted to painkillers. So, and that was during the old OxyContin thing, and then they got that nipped and gone on something else. So,
Did he get his neck fixed, or did he not?
well, Stone Cold did. I'm not. I think with Rush is maybe more therapy.
No, I mean, Roger Stone. I mean, not Roger Stone, whatever.
Stone Cold
Rush
Steve Austin.
Limbaugh.
Yeah. No, Rush didn't. He didn't do the surgery. I think other stuff, therapy, and different painkillers.
Is it able to heal well enough without the surgery?
Well, it depends on what you're doing. It's like, Rush was a radio host. So you're not going to be doing a lot of headbanging. You're not doing any pop. So it's like a lot of just therapy. Let nature take its course and heal up and manage the pain. When you're a wrestler, though, and you're going to be putting yourself through some trauma. Just regular movements around in the ring are going to be jarring yourself around. So that's an issue.
Do they have medical specialists that treat wrestling injuries?
Well, sports doctors, specialize in sports injuries, and that's the sort of thing. It's like it's not just it's like because you get the same thing with football players that try and lead with a helmet. They get the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
There've been too many NFL players that get the bad idea to lead with a helmet. Boom! Guess what? Now you're being wheeled off the field. Because you can't feel your feet, or anything below the shoulders.
Some of that stuff they do. The leading the sports surgeons do come up with innovative things to get them back.
Well, yeah, because they want these guys
quick as possible, don't they?
They want these guys back in the field, and they also don't want to get sued. And this stuff also translates into, hey, look, this is what we discovered. We can use this otherwise, too. It's a spin-off thing. But I think the best, frankly, they want to get rid of, people, doing this.
Filters out of that field and into everything else.
Yeah. Because, like, hey, you'll learn how to do, hey, this could be useful elsewhere, too, in car crashes and stuff. But I think as far as getting stopping injuries from people trying to do sparing and everything, get rid of the helmets, reduce the pads, get everything back the way it was, say, in the 1940s. Just rudimentary pads, maybe a leather helmet. I mean, you're not going out there just
increase in
because they would no longer
injury rate or
because they're no longer going out dressed like a transformer and thinking they are one. You're not going to throw yourself in situations if you're not all armored up. So they didn't have this shit back in the 40s when there was when you had a leather helmet. You knew better not to lead with your head.
But no one is that gutsy and all the liability and whatnot. Now they can't or won't do it.
You'd have to do the entire league wide. It wouldn't be just one team.
I'm not wrong though.
Well, I think also a lot of it, go back to merchandising. How much money do these sports companies make selling gear, shoulder pads, helmets?
But I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah. It's all complicated. I think a lot of it's like, what? They'd be killing each other. Not if they're not able to, because then you think about it. You get all padded up in helmet and stuff. You feel like you could take on a tank. And some of these idiots actually try it. Just because you can't turn your head because of the pads doesn't mean your neck is going to be protected here.
They need to figure out a way to protect the neck besides the pads.
Well, it also can't restrain the movement because you can't just do something because you got to be able to look over your shoulder, to want to see the guy coming up, but also see the ball being thrown to you and stuff like that. So that's why it's like, if you want to really drop the injuries,
I
get rid
imagine
of get rid of the pads and the helmets, so they're no longer doing this stupid shit.
billion.
Because you don't. The only way you really see it is because of like rugby. Virtually no. You see a couple of hip pads, but nothing much padding wise. The only reason you see injuries is because rugby is a much more violent game. You got a scrum going, it's just a dog pile is shifting back and forth. It's like if you kept the mechanics of the game the same, because you didn't see the shit.
I imagine all the sports companies spend billions researching new materials, lighter materials, everything like that.
But it's all going the wrong direction. They're trying to make bigger and better pads and stuff. It's like, no. You're only making these players feel more invulnerable and encourage them to do something stupider.
Do you think it's going to change anytime soon?
No. Because also what's not helping is the culture and then pushing woke up, idea, stuff, all this shit in, and then we making them all DEI crap in there and players taking political stances nobody gives a shit about. It's like kind of, people watch these games to get away from this shit for a while, right? They don't want to shove it in their face. All they want to do is sit down and watch the game. That's why a lot of fans are pissed off when they say you're going to make a grandstand. I'm going to kneel when the national anthem. Fuck you! Get you on your feet. We're going to watch a game here. I don't give a shit about what you think about.
Isn't it
You're to catch a ball, not speech about it.
Doesn't the DEI stuff depend on the team and where they are, though?
Sometimes, or just a group of players want to make themselves a little more important than they think they are, and coaches and general managers haven't got the balls to can their asses. I mean, you got a few teams that they're saying no,
except for when they.
You got one or two coaches out there saying, no, you don't stand for you don't stand for the national anthem. You're not playing. You're gonna do that shit. You're just stay in the locker room. We don't need you. We need more coaches and GMs to stand up and say that. No. And most of them is like whatever. Let them, they're getting paid millions of dollars. Let them do their things. Got a lot of us. Colin Kaepernick. It's like this. He wasn't getting the play time he thought he was doing. It wasn't kneeling. He was just sitting on the bench. He was being a snot and sitting on the bench when it started off, but then he started to be weird about it.
Didn't Kaepernick get booted?
I think no one's going to hire him.
Didn't Kaepernick?
He wasn't that good a quarterback.
They eventually booted him, didn't they?
Yeah, while you're cutting, and no one to pick him up.
Hey, freedom fighter. Hey, Crystal Kitten. What's up, guys? Man, we've been having a lot of good discussions. Let's keep going.
You want to hear something fun? You want to hear something funny I found on Steam?
Mm-hmm.
There's a game where you're Elon Musk.
I shudder to think what the deal is.
It's only $1 on Steam. And you can fly around in an Iron Man suit, destroy rocks or whatever in space.
Mm-hmm.
You can also buy stuff on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And companies and make companies.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Captain?
I mean, the joke's
I
been around
sent it
forever.
to my
He's like-
brother.
he's like a real life Tony Stark, you know. Now I tweeted out and said, just get an Iron Man suit and make it official. Yeah.
It's called Elon Simulator.
Mhm.
It's called an Elon Simulator, and
Mhm.
it spends on air.
Mhm. I
It's
think
only 99 cents.
I mean, he's still enough of a dork. He likes doing shit posting. That's why he bought it. Bought Twitter in the first place.
But I found that funny.
Mm-hmm.
I might buy it someday.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Well, it's up to you. Well, when the Oscars have started. Do we give a shit about the Oscars, guys? I sure as fuck don't.
I enjoy. I'm gonna watch it eventually.
I'm not turning until they finally get something worth watching.
Conan O'Brien is hosting, apparently.
Yeah.
That might be good for a few laughs.
Look at Jimmy Kimmel lost his spot. Oh, pity.
And it, but yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm so excited tonight.
Mm-hmm. Where is it?
Whew.
I wonder if they're gonna have another Oscar slap.
No. No,
Nah,
I'm pretty sure security's in place. You're not going to see that ever again.
Yeah, unless of course though,
Where?
unless they like bribe the hell out of the security, because the security is prone to security's prone to bribery.
I imagine Oscar security isn't bribable very easily. That shit was also spur of the moment. Supposedly. Wasn't it? Bob?
Yep.
Certainly caught Chris Gack off guard. Again, Chris is also saying he does not know how to read social cues. So,
Security.
Where the hell?
Security probably isn't. Oscar security probably isn't bribable very easily. Is it, Bob?
Oh, not easily, no. But where the hell is it? Trying to save that one video. Did
they remove the Did they remove all the homeless in that area?
Oh, they make a point. They got a point of clearing it out because they're gonna have cameras. So yeah, they shuffle them all out of there. Like, oh, it looks real pretty. Then a day or two later, they're all right back camping out in front of the theater. That's the Make a big show. Oh, we care about the home. Yeah, you care about them until they're in the way of your camera up to photo op, and that's like
Where do you think where do you think they go when they are not at the when they're not in front of shuffled off from the theater?
wherever they're dropped off.
You think they look
Not
bus-
like they got a lot of choice in the matter.
or they just don't send a wave of people to just make them move?
Well, just send the cops in, sweep them out, just get at the first case, load them all in a bus or something, and take them out of town, dump them off. Then it's that neighborhood's problem for a while.
For about 24 hours, I'd imagine.
Doesn't matter as long as they're out of the way when the cameras start rolling. Same thing in New York. If they've got a big meeting coming up and it's around the garden, it's like get everyone out of here. Ship them all to New Jersey for a night. Just get them out of them out of range with the cameras are.
I'm surprised that they don't come. That the protests haven't never breached the police lines. As violent as they get.
Well, again, millions of dollars, hinging on some of these things that they're not going to let these guys in. You've seen it all, Well, you can protest all you want, just 6 blocks that away with his own cameras.
Or actually, sometimes there are cameras and stuff on those protests.
Usually, it's because some journalist wants to make an and he goes looking for the goes looking for the protesters. It's like they're not anywhere where they can be heard by the people that are protesting.
I think Bob and Fatal, it's having or the all the skips and glitches.
Well,
at least on my end, maybe.
yeah. Well, I now just trying to download that one video of the Tickle Me Elmo going nuts.
That was funny.
Figured I might be able to use that as a cutaway thing, just
What happened to this Tickle Me Elmo? What happened to Tickle Me Elmo?
Here, I'll show you.
Yeah, call that back up. Yeah. You go ahead and go full screen on that.
That can't be good for the electronics.
This is just slowly increasing the voltage.
I get the
Look at him go.
Keep it playing. Gone catatonic.
We're terrible people for this.
Like I said, it can't be good for electronics.
Oh no, it's tried.
So,
No, China's got all same thing with all kinds of different toys. They got a Tigger, they got Furby, they stick up the thing.
that's terrifying. Lots of things are terrifying now.
Yeah.
Yes, Fatal.
How is Rosetta doing, by the way?
She's having fun. She's out with the gnome and causing trouble.
Yeah, she's causing trouble. She's causing trouble at the.
But they did hit a Drew Lunch show again.
Did you see all the stuff with Zelensky?
The only winner is Putin. Zelensky looked like a fucking idiot. Okay, like a spoiled brat. No, you do. You are not like in this. And just like wear a fucking suit. You don't the Oval Office.
Then he ran to England.
Yep, he did.
And they promised him the money and troops.
Europe cannot produce the kind of money we were putting.
And then NATO. And then I think all of NATO is going to get involved.
Well, they should be involved to some extent.
And then
right on their doorstep.
And then they're going to trigger Article 5, and then we're going to have to get involved.
But Ukraine is not a NATO member. That's the thing.
Exactly.
No,
and
but
that's part of the whole
what
thing.
I've
It's like
seen.
no, that's part of the whole thing. It's like they're not NATO. They're not under any kind of treaty. We have no obligation really to them on that regard.
Mm-hmm. To answer your question real quick, Fatal, I would say Dahak Sign, Azumanga Daioh, Bubblegum Crisis, both of them, however you wish. IGPX. Oh, anime movie. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that. I have misread that. I am so sorry. I just saw anime in review. I'm sorry. I missed over the anime movie. I would say Spirited Away. I would say Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle. There was
Kiki's Delivery Service is one.
Wolf's Rain, Fist of the North Star, Ninja Scroll.
Old school, little Kira.
Oh yeah. Ghost in the Shell, and I am really trying to come up. Really trying to think of anime movies here. I'm really trying to think. There's just so many, and they're all so good.
Yeah.
So forgive me, Fatal. I'm really trying here. You could probably
Until they're not. They're good until they're not.
Alita Battle Angel, the other one.
Oh yeah. Alita Battle Angel, the original animation.
Yeah, the original
Yeah, the original animation. That would be good to counter. It would be good to add with the live action.
Yeah.
Actually, you could do a two-parter.
Yeah, do a comparison.
Yeah, do a comparison. You could do a comparison. How, like review the original first, like the original animation first, and then for part 2, you could do the live action one, and towards the end, you can see the comparisons of how it stacks up against it. And I say it was live action done right. I would
I
say
think
it was
it's,
done
from
right.
what I've seen, it's one of the few that does. Usually they make a royal hash of it. Same thing with Ghost in the Shell. It's like
They
at
tried.
least they goddamn close. They came pretty close. They tried. I'll give the effort.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Was Bato in the movie, like in the first movie?
What, Ghost in the Shell?
Oh, he was. Okay, he was. Okay,
So, yeah.
okay, he was. All right, thank you. Because
They hit
I
all
got
the- they hit
confused. I
all the
got
characters,
confused.
yeah.
I got confused for a moment,
Yeah,
but I mean, and
Mhm.
can we please give Scarlett Johansson
Yeah.
credit for going out there and at least
Yeah, it's like the only
doing the
she's
best.
not
Doing
Japanese.
the best.
Did you see the fucking anime? Does that character look Japanese?
At least she went out
For
there and gave it
Christ's
her
sake,
best. She gave it her best, and that's
Yeah.
all we ask. That's all we ask. Just go out
Yeah.
and give it your best shot.
And
It does not have to be too perfect, but enough to where it's passable.
and the character in either the manga or the anime does not look particularly Japanese. And she's a fucking robot. Who gives a shit? The same people that say, oh, 3PO's gay. 3PO's a fucking droid. How do you obsess over the sex life of a fucking droid, you weirdos?
Mm-hmm.
Or Bert and Ernie, they're puppets. They have no legs. Never mind genitalia. Grow up. God, people are getting on my last nerve when they do this shit.
The Family Guy actually made fun of Bert and Ernie
Oh, I'm sure they do.
being,
Yep.
you know what?
Mm-hmm. Well, Seth MacFarlane will drop a Kermit the Frog on you in a heartbeat. Yeah.
I did. I did
Mercy,
have fun.
Like Mercy got a Kermit the Frog sitting on
Family
his
Guy
desk.
and the South Park especially makes fun of everyone
Oh,
and
yeah.
everything.
I figured the South Park thing is a big blow. That really stuck in Kathleen Kennedy's craw. And that's kind of what this whole thing about. She retired because the whole thing, when they took her on, that got noticed. It wasn't just a bunch of internet trolls on. Now it's South Park taking her on. And it resonated.
You fucked up real bad when South Park really goes out there and gets away with it.
Make it chicken and make it gay. You know.
Yep. And
make it gay and lame. The thing with Rosetta, I can
play chicken and make it gay.
I can whip out the Cartman when Rosetta's not here. Well, but
I had fun.
Make it chicken and make it gay.
It was fun watching that episode. I had a blast.
That was
I think it's also Matt and Trey at a point. They don't give a shit.
although they were
They
you know what else I like?
wanted Trey wants to do a movie version of Book of Mormon, but they keep renewing South Park. They won't let him go. So I think it's a large part of, please cancel us for the love of God. Let me do something else.
They even tried that in one of their episodes within the last 2 years by saying F China.
Yeah. Well, they don't have the trouble they got in showing Muhammad one of the, because it's expressly forbidden to have any image of the prophet. And they actually showed him. And then they got him up like having him in a bear suit the whole time. So all you saw was the bear. What? He's a bear suit. But even that was too much for these idiots.
So there's an image of Muhammad that we know of?
No. Well, nothing recognized by Islam. But the cartoonist for French humor magazine Charlie Hebdo had some rather naughty depictions of Muhammad. And as a result, they ended up getting attacked and a few people died.
You should probably turn off your cameras
Mhm.
That might help all the lag.
I've been on camera most of the time. The internet is the internet. We deal with what we have. Anyway, we need some more people in here so we can do a game.
I'm not sure I'm up for a game tonight.
Mhm.
That's okay. We can.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if no one else shows,
And it
down
doesn't,
tonight-
I'm not entirely sure it's going to work anyway. Just it's up and it's loaded. But
well, we had a good run last weekend. We actually we had a lot of fun.
different is I didn't run it. Rosetta ran it.
hmm I say that was probably the better one we had out of that
I
whole
would
thing.
pick,
Mhm.
Although the banter was there and the
Yeah. Oh yeah.
and the competitiveness was actually fun.
Yeah.
And we actually did have a good
Yeah.
time.
Mhm.
And that's what it really is. That's what cards should be. That's what
Mhm.
cards
Yeah.
should be. Fun, competitive and light and everything.
Mhm.
when I do play,
Whatever you're doing, stop it. Yeah.
I'm just sitting. When I do play, I have fun.
Yeah. Where's that picture of Sammy? There we are.
And then it gets tiring.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
Bob, I saw the
Mhm.
War of the Rohirrim movie. Did I tell you that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
the-
nice.
uh-huh.
I'm actually ready for I'm actually ready for the summer because it's gonna be nice because we have a lot of cool things coming out this year and I'm excited for more
Mhm.
and I really hope that things do get better as the months progress and everything
Mhm.
and but we'll see what happens.
Mhm.
We'll see what happens
By the way,
going forward.
Anime, I'm sorry for talking politics on your channel.
It's okay.
That
I-
makes
I-
me
before- they were doing-
risky.
They were doing it before you showed up, so don't worry about it.
It's all right. I'd rather keep it to like especially with that topic.
Mhm.
I allow it. Don't get me wrong. I do allow it,
Yeah.
but only the mainline parts. Only the mainline parts because remember, I did see the warning thing about the Ukraine war when I was looking in AdSense and everything. So I am trying very careful here not to get in trouble. I am trying really hard right now.
I'm also trying to be as basic as I can with the new news stuff and that's it. But like we're all like everyone in NATO is gonna get dragged by Article 5 into Ukraine.
Well,
Don't believe me.
Well, again, Article 5, that they have to be a NATO member first. Otherwise, sorry.
Oopsie.
I'm not saying you're lying. I was just
I know, but I just want to be careful. I just want to highlight that so that way people are aware of what topic to be very careful of talking about on this channel.
I was just trying to I hope I was saying anything too naughty.
When
Yeah,
it's
now we're gonna bring up what I got here.
oh yes. But
Yeah,
you're fine, Kermit. I'm just laying down the very thin line here.
Yeah.
This goes for everyone in this room. Whenever you come on here, if you're going to talk about Ukraine, keep it simple. I am
Yeah.
not going to ask again. I am not going to warn
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, just pull the picture again.
We're trying
Was
not
I-
to,
Mhm.
because if
Yeah.
I get in trouble, I am really going to lambast, and I'm not going to be happy
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, it just got the thing monetized, so yeah, this is not the time to push buttons.
I-
But
Yes. I mean, we can push buttons. I mean, we can push buttons
if I
on
cause-
Fatal. I mean, we can push buttons on Fatal for all we know. We could
Yeah.
just tickle him with a feather while he's tied upside down over a tank of chocolate. We could do that for a few
Yeah.
hours so we won't get
Yeah.
in trouble.
and
Sorry,
anime.
Fatal, had to use an
If I
example.
I think as he's
if I
smiling
cause-
there, he likes it too much.
We
Yeah.
love you, Fatal. We
But yeah,
love you.
pull up a picture. I'm gonna make a point here.
Anime.
Yes.
Yeah, so guys, when we put the reins on things, it's for pragmatic reasons. It's not because we're personally offended. You got to go way out there to get us offended, all right?
Who is this supposed to be?
That's Sam Kinison.
One of the greatest
Who is she
comedians out
supposed to
there.
be?
This is the guy who's, his big thing,
Who
really
is
got
he
a
or
thing.
she supposed to be?
Back in the 80s, when he really hit it big, when I first heard him, I was in the Air Force, but he really hit it big when he did a thing about, world hunger. And talking about, I did these things about, world hunger and stuff, the take people there. And I was thinking, you're sitting there, you're trying to, you're eating something you fix with your own hands, in the kitchen, and you turn on the TV, and this, some little emaciated kid sitting in a mud puddle. Like, what kind of sick fuck are you? You're sitting in a country where you can get food 24 hours a day in a kitchen, and poor little Haji here, pick up the fucking phone and Gail, what kind of guy are you? Hey, you're only 5 feet away. Why don't you feed him? Why don't you get one of your sandwiches you fix for the day, huh, Bob? So we just right off camera, go, hey, okay, come on, reach for the baby. Come on, reach. Oh, God, fucking bug. No, do it over. Get back in the puddle. I was on that. And the kids go, oh, if only I could walk. But I said, no, I think I got a solution to world hunger, guys. You want to solve world hunger? Don't send them any more food. Not one more no. Send them luggage. Send them U-Hauls. Send them someone with me. I'll go out there and say, hey, we just came out here about 1,000 miles with all this food and realized there wouldn't be world hunger if you lived in where the fucking food is. You live in a desert. You live in a fucking desert. Here, see.
But it's their ancestral land.
Yeah, this is sand. Nothing grows in this shit. You eat some of this motherfucker. It's sand. What's gonna be out here? It's gonna be fucking sand. Get your shit. Get your kids. We'll take you where the fucking food is.
Bob,
We got deserts in America. We just don't live in them, asshole.
He is
The
really
idiot-
going.
the idiots
Really
will say,
going off.
but
Yeah. I haven't done a good Sam Kinison.
Bob, the idiots will say
Mhm.
the idiots will say, but it's my ancestral land or whatever.
And I think Sam's like, yeah, your ancestral land is the fucking
or-
desert.
Or I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah. I know.
That's what the idiots will say, or
Yeah.
they were pushed out here by other people a long time ago.
But yeah, it's like, you think you're gonna offend? No one here is gonna be offended.
You know it's true.
Let's let Shlomo show up. You'll have dueling Kinnisons real quick. Okay.
You know it's true, right, Bob?
Yeah.
The
Mhm.
idiots will say all that stuff.
Well, they're idiots. That's why.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
James.
I
Dude,
saw
yeah,
him
he-
live in Riverside, and it was for the "Have You Seen Me Now" tour.
I'm
And,
just
yeah, it's
sad. I'm
like-
just sad that he's gone.
Oh God, that was and ironically, it's by a drunk driver. That's the kicker. Is because he had a bit, but drunk driver. So yeah, I think not like anybody's getting hit. I hope I take out a family of 4 tonight. No, we're doing our best,
So they haven't explained how we're going to get our car back home. How are we going to get home, man? We're going to take the fucking bus? No.
You really should.
Yeah, bus pass, man. Yeah,
You're-
sure.
You're having. You're
Like, we're going to drink, we're going to drive, we're going to do it every fucking night. And you can't.
you're roboting and whatnot.
Yeah.
You guys
But
are
that's-
roboting.
You sounded fine on my end. But like I said, saw him like he was brutal with hecklers. I mean, at one point, there's somebody and just stop.
I'm gonna.
Shut your fucking mouth, you stupid drunken fucking bitch. And just drag. Nah, get the fuck out of here.
Did he have? Did he have children?
No, and it's kind of too bad, not for lack of trying. But tell me, you remember Jessica Hahn? That thing with old Jim Baker thing, you know? He was going with her for a while. And it's got she's trying to be all low key, and then meanwhile, and he's going hotel with Sam, and he's like, "Hey, guess what we're gonna do?"
I
Yeah, like-
personally like Gabriel Iglesias.
Just
But that's
Oh.
just me.
if he were around today, he would have enough field.
Oh, he would have a heart attack if he saw what
Oh,
was going
God.
on. Actually, it would have been great. I could see him go toe to toe with John Belushi and John Candy, Chris Farley, Adam Sandler. Imagine
Oh,
the impact had he lived.
God.
Had he lived, I think we would have gotten something cool out of it because he was on the rise.
Oh, yeah.
Bob will tell you personally that he was on the cusp.
Well, it's kind of fun because you did about the raid on Libya. Right after it had happened, I just heard this. Because my base, when I was in England, a couple of ones of my base were involved in that raid. So that we heard, we know suddenly, where's Larry? Well, they got activated for some reason. We found out afterwards. Yeah, we just bombed the hell out of Libya. It's like, why are you in uniform? It's like, it's like finding, oh, that's what he did. Oh, okay, now. So, and I hear the, and I hear Ken, yeah, we did bomb that. Yeah. American fighter going on there. Where's the little girls' room? And turns out, yeah, we accidentally dropped a bomb on the French embassy. It's like, yeah, oh shit. Geez, sorry guys. Guess we'd had more better in. We had more fucking sleep. 1,800 fucking arrows, asshole.
What?
Build a new house.
Did they have that?
France will not allow
Did they
our
kill
planes
any-
to fly over. No,
Did they kill
Right.
anyone? Did they
What?
kill anyone in the French embassy?
I don't know if anybody there. All I know is who bombed the hell out of the French embassy by mistake. But the thing is, France would not allow the planes to fly over. We had to fly around France. In fact, actually, we had to fly around Spain. It was all the way around fucking Europe from England, and Germany, all the way fucking down. So it's like, yeah, thanks, 1,800 fucking arrows, asshole.
I said,
I'm like, yeah, Reagan still got a hard on, man. So, oh, don't mind this. Just feel like a real man for a change.
after you bomb that, they bomb the Amazon rainforest for no reason.
You're up in the White
Just to watch stuff
Get,
explode.
get that damn off me. Get me, you fucking bitch. Take the commander in chief. Don't take the commander in chief. I'm coming into the Oval Office.
Mm.
I enjoyed myself.
Just imagine I would have taken the.
Are you
Oval
guys
Office.
gonna be on much longer?
I don't know. That's up to anime.
I suppose we could go one more hour maybe and see
Mhm.
who else will show up. It's kind of a chill day today. It's a chill day today
Mhm.
because we're just having fun talking
Mhm.
all the great stuff, and it's nice to
Mhm.
take a break and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Even without Rosetta, we could still put out a pretty damn good show from time
Yeah,
to time.
okay.
Even though we love her and everything, but she does deserve her time and everything. She does deserve it because
Mhm.
we forget, ladies and gentlemen, that we're human.
Mhm.
We often forget that
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
people look at us like, oh, we're great content creators, but
Yeah.
we're human. I mean, last night, did anybody
Mhm.
notice I went live last night? No one noticed because I didn't go live. I didn't go live last night because I was still recovering from the birthday. I was still recovering from the birthday celebration on Friday. I was still recovering from that.
Mhm.
So I wanted to give my body a day off so that way I could,
Mhm.
because I had to work the next day. So I worked yesterday,
Mhm.
treated myself a little bit, and it just took last night off because my gut was telling me that I was probably going to have the internet crash happen, and I did not want to deal with that.
Mhm.
I was in a good mood, and so I just relaxed and edited more of my my NHL Red Wings season thing I'm doing on the side as a side project for now. I'm halfway through it. I just got to put in the graphics on it for the goals and a few things. But yeah, I've been one busy person behind the scenes. When I am not streaming and everything, I'm doing something, whether it be doing this or gaming or what have you. I'm looking at my PC tower. I'm debating if I should get Meta PC. I'll think about it. I know this month though. I know for a fact that that on the 18th I'm gonna be really busy because I have. Well, I mean, I'll of course if I change it to where I can get in quicker and get my taxes done and everything.
Mhm.
Luckily, I don't need to bring that W-9 yet. I need it for next year though.
Yeah.
So I'm happy on that front because I just want to deal with one thing at a time. I want to deal with
Right.
this, and then when that W-9 does happen, depending on if I get the payout and everything, it's not about money, folks. It's not that. It's just I want to make sure I'm doing this correctly.
Whoa!
Yeah. Mhm.
Because I did fill it out
Yep.
because
Mhm.
I am an independent. Well, not independent. I'm just
Sorry, I'm on Twitter.
I'm an individual. I filed for individuality.
Mhm.
So as it should, because remember, we're content creators. I'm pretty sure that's what you and Rosetta did as well with the tax form on there.
Well, again at this end of this thing, we don't make enough to even bother. I got paid once. Man, I put it in there, but I was like, okay, yeah, I got $100 all year. It takes a while before this really becomes a going thing, and we're talking like 30,000-40,000 subscribers at a bare minimum to even just turn a regular check. You got a ways before you really got to worry about that.
I know, but I'm just making sure I got I'm just making sure if I am doing this right or not, because I don't want to be in trouble with the law.
You're not going to get in trouble over $100.
I want to keep it peaceful here because
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to call Fatal from jail and be like, "Hey, Fatal, I'm in jail. take care of everything.
Yeah.
Because he would be one pissed off individual and wonder what happened. But I'm having fun though. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah.
Oh, more than pissed, he says. More than pissed.
Mhm.
He would probably have to be at the front office of the prison system. Be like, you release that man now.
Yeah. But again, keep in mind the way the tax laws were changed, and they're looking to make them permanent now. It's like the personal exemption is high enough now. It's like realistically, I've been off the tax rolls for the past couple years.
So were people released when tax laws changed?
Again, one of the things that one of Trump's tax change or tax law changed is that because the personal exemption at that point was like $7,000, which case that it was all part thing to get as many people as possible, which goes against what the point was to pass. Well, only the ultra rich will pay this, and pretty soon they got to the point where everybody was paying it, which is part of the plan. They snuck it in the door, and there we go. So this is undoing the damage.
Do you think he'll get his tax cuts?
Oh yeah, now because we got Senate and the House. It's really a matter of just making them permanent. Because the thing is, the way they got it passed is, in fact, they sunset it in 5 years. Well, never cut up on 5 years. And that was the thing because Biden was just going to let him slide.
Do you think
he was just going to let him expire? In which case, it would have constituted the largest tax hike in U.S. history. Because it went back to the old laws, and I'd be back to making up exemptions every year.
Do you think that they?
Frankly, that's one thing I do not miss.
Do you think that that make them permanent time?
Well, that's the thing. To make them permanent this time, and then maybe add to them.
Or will they? I think I would agree. I would like that.
And I'm pretty sure he's on the goal of eliminating the income tax altogether. Because you mentioned several times, looking back to the McKinley administration at the turn of the 20th century, there was no income tax. That was funded by by tariffs and excise taxes on goods and stuff, and we were rolling in the money. We put up blue ribbon commissions, wondering how are we going to spend all this money we're racking up. And it's, and that's where a lot of stuff, they snuck in a lot of these programs and stuff. And again, and over here, the Democrats were constantly trying to push in an income tax, and they got a slapback. And look, you want to change income tax? Get a constitutional amendment. Kind of called their bluff and lost because they got a constitutional amendment. Yeah. But it was on the proviso that only the ultra rich would pay it. It was a badge of honor to get a 1040.
Bob,
hey, I made it. I have to pay taxes now.
To be fair, some of the programs were probably beneficial at the time.
At the time, that's how they got away with it. But it's incrementalism. They worked their way in bit by bit. And again, originally it was only the ultra rich that that's why a lot of congressmen and senators voted for it, because hey, it's only the ultra rich. Nobody in my district is paying it. And then pretty soon it's like, I'm working at fucking McDonald's and I'm having to do taxes. I'm not making shit and I'm having to itemize, because again, the standard deduction was like $7,000, which is pathetically low. So a large part of what the Trump tax laws, when he is raising it to a point where you at least realistically make a living and not have to pay anything. I think for a married couple, it's the standard deduction is like $22,000 now. So when I file taxes, it's like, yep, boom, under the deduction, bye, get everything back and then some. Yeah. Because they got that earned income tax credit for the feds. And the
Do you think
state
that we'll be able
economy,
to cut the trillion? Do you think we will be able to cut the trillions in the government that Trump wants?
well, that's where Elon Musk is coming in with Doge. Because like USAID, I think the programs they were funding that are actually legitimate. I mean, the fact that they managed to cut a workforce down to like 300 people
Some
shows just how much fraud
some of it,
is in that.
some,
Very, very little of it.
some
They probably did when Kennedy started the program in the
Some-
first place.
Bob, I imagine some of the DEI programs were so expensive because they had to buy off a lot of people to keep them away.
They're
Keep the
expensive.
governments in law
Where do you think
enforcement. So
where do you think they were getting the money?
some of them
Through
countries-
USAID. It was all the slush fund. They were funding all this shit. And that's why a lot of them are shutting down because they've been cut off.
No, but they probably had to bribe the governments of those countries to
Well,
keep
that's part
them
of-
away.
That's where a lot of the money was going towards, probably. But as far as getting fund, no, they were being funded through USAID per thing. These vultures have their fingers in everything. Gamergate
No,
is
I
a
imagine-
direct result because they were funding these guys to go after pop culture, to go after gamers and start picking on gaming industries. They're not inclusive of us. Start hammering them, and probably the comics industry and other things to start pushing this DEI stuff.
The gaming community is the most inclusive thing in the world.
And was the most
We
apolitical
accept
bunch you've come across.
everybody.
They didn't care. They made activists out of people who did not give a shit. They just want to know what castle the princess is in, how many guards they got to kill to get to her. And they started pushing this shit, and they pissed off a lot of guys. Sargon of Akkad, he was just a gamer who wanted to play his games,
Mhm.
and they created a monster.
Speaking
They-
of which,
Mhm.
They also-
welcome,
Dude,
MGTOW.
no.
Welcome.
Chat.
Oh, what's going on, guys?
Go ahead, Kermit.
Yeah, I'm one of those. I would not say U.S. aid because there's no aid involved.
So, the damn it.
But even Bobby Kennedy saying,
Re-
well, my uncle started that
gaming-
program. It was totally different. So, yeah, take it down. In fact, they've lost the building. Now, Border Patrol's got it now. Took
The
the sign off the front of the
gaming
building.
chats are some of the most diverse. The gaming chats are some of the most diverse of opinions out
Yes.
there.
And that's why a lot of times when
You
they're
can
doing
find
things,
literally every.
I mean, that's why we're
You
doing
can
the
find
thing
literally
in the
every
game.
single.
We say avoid using gamer words. Okay, like, certain things come out during the battle during the
What
Call of
are
Duty round.
gamer words?
Okay, the words you're not
What
supposed to
are
say.
gamer
And things,
words? Is
the
that
word,
swear word?
yeah, certain swear words that will come out during the heat of battle in a game of Call of Duty that will normally get a channel just plain yanked.
Racial slurs, most and
Racial slurs,
curses, and
Sexual references, that are particularly frowned upon, is like references to certain genitalia that start with a C, that sort of thing.
you will find in
It's like PewDiePie got
also
in trouble a few years
gaming
back.
chats, you will find every opinion there.
Mhm.
You will find every opinion there is on every subject there is.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, but delivery should be on the way here, so I'm able to get out there. So you gotta take over a while.
How are you, Meg? Hello? Meg? Hello. Fatal, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
How are you? How have you been?
I'm pretty good. How about y'all?
I am well. Fatal, I went to DC last weekend.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm back as well. I had to step out for a moment and answer a phone call. I'm back though. We're back. How you doing, MGTOW? It's good to see you, buddy.
Doing pretty good, man.
That's good. Just been relaxing and everything. Had a birthday this past Friday. Sorry I missed Bacon's stream. I was really tired that night. Uh-oh, did Kermit leave?
I don't know.
Uh-oh, where did Kermit go? Well, he has the link if he needs to come back in. But yeah, it's so much. I'm so excited though. I'm excited for the coming games coming out. Uh, like 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 this one, which I have been talking about for months now, but I'm very, very, very excited for this one because it's just gonna be so much fun, and I'm anticipating the like what's gonna entail and the like what the story's gonna be. Who are we gonna go after? Actually, the gun the guy is holding, from my understanding, this takes place in the late 1940s. Because that is the Mauser right there. It's based on the Mauser. Man, this looks so amazing. And it looks like you have abilities as well. But I'm very excited for Mouse PI. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait to stream that one. Hopefully by the time it comes out, uh, my internet will stream the game a bit better. Also, I'm enjoying the games that I got on Friday from my friends. Very, very excited to play. I started playing one of them, so I'm like, yay! I really need to get back into Outbreak though. I need to buy that game soon. I'm waiting for the right opportunity to do it. I'm not going to stream it because I want to test it out first to see how it holds and everything. If anything, I'm also thinking about upgrading my storage. I'm also thinking about that. I want to get. I want to get a. I want to get a bigger terabyte. That way I can do more and everything with all of that. Because there's a lot of games out there, and unfortunately, I won't be able to. I probably won't be able to play Call of Duty for a while. Sorry, Fatal. I won't be able to play it for a while because I would have to do. In order for me to play Call of Duty, I would have to delete everything. I mean, everything. I know it's 300, but there's a lot in here that I would have to get rid of and all of that. But we'll see as the coming months. It's still early, and I'm pretty sure by probably within a few months, I should be able to get something good. Oh boy. But what have you been up to, Outlaw?
Nothing much, man. Just just trying to get some chores done and stuff like that.
How was SFW? How was that?
It was pretty good. I think we had a pretty good episode there.
Anything? I saw Megan made her debut on there. I did see that and everything.
Yeah.
Because during my watch party, I did catch glimpses of the show and everything.
Yeah, she had a match against Luna Wolf, I believe.
Nice.
Which was a debut match for both of them.
Oh, it was? Oh, that's right. Luna Wolf made her debut as well.
Yeah. I saw where you guys were talking about wrestling a while ago. I tried to get on here quicker, but
Oh yeah, we were talking about me Bob and Kermit. We were trying to educate Kermit into the world of wrestling during the territory days, and we delve into the politics of it, the backstage of the territories and how it and what it would eventually become during those days. And I didn't go too long over it. I stuck to like the main points of it and everything.
yeah.
I explained like the impact of Georgia Championship Wrestling, the influence of Vince McMahon, but who, by the way, got he actually got a loan from his dad, and he was given the reins to the thing. He didn't outright he spun it that he bought it from his dad, but that ain't true. It's far from the truth, actually. But to Vince's credit, to Vince and Kenny McMahon's credit, he actually turned it into a global wrestling company. And because remember, he took over he took Hulk Hogan from Vern Gagne and so many other talent from those days, and that's how it expanded his empire. Then by the late night, like early mid 90s, it's like to the early 90s. The only two ones in town were Jim Crockett Promotions and also WCW at the time, and the World Wrestling Federation. And then after Crockett was ousted, after Crockett Jr. actually stepped down, and in comes Bischoff. So that was the cusp of the territories about ending. It's the first part of it. The main ending was when WCW was bought in 2001. And by then, WWF was the only big game in town until Jeff Jarrett founded Total Nonstop Action at that time. And also we had like a bunch of like underground wrestling promotions like AAA in Mexico, All Japan Pro Wrestling, all the great ones out there. Still there to this day. And now look where we're at, MGTOW. Look where we're at. We have AEW, we have WWE, and all kinds.
Absolutely.
It's great. It's crazy when you look at it now, because back then, we we actually had. Let me find a good. But let me find a better photo.
Mhm.
Hold on. Let me find a better photo. Because we had. We had this map right here. This is the map right here of the territories at the time. So we went from all this. We went from all of this to what we have now. And I find it scary and hilarious at the same time. Just how dominant it was back in the 80s, like how prominent it was. And that's why I love hearing the stories of this era. Because my friend, one of my old childhood friends, his father and his granddad at the time, they went to a few big time wrestling shows, and then they got to meet some wrestlers here and there backstage. But all of this right here, under this whole thing, was the National Wrestling Alliance Association. And then you still had the AWA, and of course Stu Hart's territory up there. You also had Dory Funk in Texas, along with Fritz von Erich. That was one territory that was very confusing because you didn't know where you were at. I'm like, am I in Dory Funk's territory, or am I in the Von Erich territory? And also don't forget the Cowboy Bill Watts too. That clown. And then we also had Jim Crockett over here. Jim Crockett is over here. The World Wrestling Federation was up here at the time. And then Georgia Championship Wrestling, the cusp, the pinnacle of what was to come back in the late 80s. Because just Black Saturday to me was the start of the fall of the territories. That was the start of it.
Oh yeah.
And I know we told this story earlier, but it's so intriguing to hear. No matter how many times you heard it, it's still so intriguing how Vin Man got away with all this at that time. Because if you remember, Georgia was bigger than its own territory because it went to Chattanooga, it went to all kinds of different towns, like all kinds. And then we had World Class Championship Wrestling at the time, who was part of the AWA NWA Alliance, and they only had that belt the one time. They only had the belt the one time. It was not under David Von Erich. It was not him who won it because he died in a completely obvious drug overdose at the time. It was obvious how he died. It was so obvious. You could just sit there and look. And of course, all the factors that into it. And of course, the reaction from the family as well, because they don't want to admit it. But they knew. They knew. And then that started the downfall of that company. If you want to pile on top of if you want to throw in the murder of Gino Hernandez, who I still believe was murdered to this day, given the circumstances around it. I'm just glad we still have I'm just glad we still have Kevin. I'm glad we still have Kevin here with us. I'm glad we still have him.
Me too.
Because his dad, if I was a wrestler back then in that territory, oh, I would have words with him. I would have words with him. I don't give a shit if he's bigger than me. I would have words.
Oh, I just found an EC fucking W shirt that doesn't cost over $100.
Nice.
It's $59, but still.
So what happened? So the World Wrestling Federation, they took over from New York all the way the top half of the United States. Everybody was being forced out. Verne Gagne was being forced out. Almost everybody. And here is where I believe that Jim Crockett Promotions really started to go downhill, is because of the overreach they did. They did a miscalculated overreach of the Western territories, like right here. This is where the downfall happened, because they went westward. Now, you could make a case they should have stopped right here. They should have stopped right here, because over here was really bad. The only thing to survive out there was the Cow Palace at the time. All the events and everything, that was the most prominent one out there. But if you hear Jim Cornette's story on all of that, you'll know a bigger picture of it and how bad it really was. So by the late 80s, I want to say 89. I want to say between 89 and 90, there were only two factions left: WWF and Jim Crockett Promotions. They really went downhill. And then right after Jim Crockett got forced out, in came Bischoff, and then we really kicked off the WWF versus WCW. Because by 96 is when Hulk Hogan turned heel, and we had the Monday Night War. We had the Monday Night War right there.
Yep.
Amazing how we gone from all of this right here, all these wonderful territories, all these companies, to what we have now. And it's a prominent history behind all that. It breaks my heart what happened. It does, because I remember just hearing the stories growing up, and it's quite funny that that Las Vegas and Utah. I'm sorry. I think Las Vegas and Colorado didn't have like this territory up here. They did not have one. I actually find that
We were AWA.
Yeah, it's weird how they didn't have a territory here. It's amazing how they didn't have that. Because also going out there, you might not be able to get much, because remember, the Carolinas, this whole section right here was the bread and butter of the wrestling. This was the bread and butter right here. And you had the crazy motherfuckers in Georgia. You had all the craziness go on here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Finally found something. Be a reproduction shirt, but it would be about $20. So I don't need an original one. Okay, I'm gonna pay $150 for a fucking t-shirt.
I just love reading about all this and just the history of what really happens, because hindsight's 2020. Who thought that? Who would have thought that the WWF would take over the entire country of the United States.
The
Back then, they would laugh. They would laugh at you for that. They would laugh at you.
Mhm.
All these prominent people back then would laugh at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, "Oh, look at you! You're ridiculous. You're being ridiculous
Mhm.
here. You're being ridiculous here, Anime Night."
A lot of it was with the cable TV. So
Yep.
that's how Vince really got to go. Is go screw the local channels, went through cable.
Huh.
Oh, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. And all the great people at the time, from Carlos Colon to
Mhm.
High Chief Peter Maivia,
Mhm.
Dory Funk Sr., and then Classy Freddie Blassie,
Mhm.
Stu Hart. Stu Hart got lucky on that one. He got real fucking lucky out of that whole mess. He just stayed up in Canada. It's like, nope, not gonna fuck with this.
Mhm.
Not gonna fuck with this.
No.
He just stayed up there. But what's also tragic is it was 92 or 93.
Mhm.
Canada, I didn't even realize Canada had a mafia control up there at that time.
Oh, yeah.
I never realized they had their own mafia
Mhm.
boss up there. I was
Mhm.
shocked to hear about that when I was reading about Dino Bravo and everything.
Mhm.
I was shocked. I'm like, because I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the Chicago, the New York, the Florida, and the Midwest, Mideast mob families. I'm familiar with them. I'm familiar with. But Canada, of all places,
Yeah.
what next? Are we gonna have what next? There's a mafia in probably in Ireland.
You think the Irish mob's not a thing?
I joke. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry. That was a bad
There's
joke.
also there's a line. It's like, the reason why the mafia didn't get a big foot into England is because the Cray brothers were that scary.
Oh,
Yeah.
I believe it.
They were that nuts. It's like, okay, we'll stay out of England for a while. But yeah, there's English mobsters. The movie we're going to track down is a British film called The Long Goods Friday. Bob Hoskins, Helen Mirren, very early role for Pierce Brosnan, and frankly, he's never looked more Irish. Okay, but that movie is intense. It's about a British mobster and just trying to deal with a situation that's gone further and further out of control. Hoskins, bad. That's a good way to sell that movie to somebody. It's like, oh yeah, young Helen Mirren. There's a great little shower scene there too, but you don't mention the fact the shower scene is Bob Hoskins and by himself, while Helen Mirren's out on the patio, burning his clothes because he just beat the shit out of somebody.
But Outlaw, what do you know of this, Sarah? So go ahead. I'll give you the floor.
So we're talking about territories. Let's see.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
What's going on,
Here,
brother?
This is stuff that goes up to like the 70s and 80s when this really holds.
So, what's this all about?
Professional wrestling.
Yeah, we're
wrestling.
we're talking about the old days, like back with the
So-
NWA.
Like
Back when
before
I
the
was a wee child watching wrestling Saturday afternoons on Channel 2.
Vince McMahon basically did what a businessman does, which he went around and capitalized and bought up all the territories and combined them. which if he hadn't have done it, it would have been done by somebody else.
Yeah.
And he had a vision for wrestling, and he brought it to mainstream television.
Mhm.
WrestleMania was his baby at the time, and
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan did the unthinkable with Andre the Giant and basically put them over on television.
Mhm.
I don't like the fact that they destroyed the magic of wrestling through the Montreal Screwjob.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think that really
Yeah.
destroyed wrestling to me, in my opinion, as a whole.
And that was Vince
After
not
that
trusting
happened.
that Brett was going to follow through and drop the belt. And
Yeah.
he wasn't going to take it to the WCW. No, he's going to drop it for them. He didn't trust it.
It changed wrestling as an industry forever, and unfortunately, they've never really gotten that back. But they did run with it and combine social media with it, which I mean, okay. They were able to do damage control with social media and turn it into something different. But
I remember seeing footage of after the match backstage.
Yeah.
Where Brett's ready to get
Yeah.
Sean's going, hey, I had nothing to do with it, man. I had nothing to do with that. It wasn't me. I know. Sean's not. It's that fucking fathead in there.
This was basically something that was going to happen business-wise eventually anyway.
Yeah.
But Vince got ahead of the curve and basically brought wrestling into the mainstream audience.
I mean, Brett did get a shot in.
Yeah.
He hit him so hard, Vince actually lifted him up off the ground. He's hit himself. Vince doesn't remember much of what happened at that point. It's like, boing, rang his bell. But still tried to spin out. No, I didn't screw Vince. Bret Hart. Bret Hart screwed Bret Hart. You smart.
Which is bullshit because
I
Bret
know,
Hart.
yeah.
I'm just saying on Vince's part, which was bullshit because that was Bret Hart's hometown. He was going to win the belt in front of them at.
And everyone he wasn't fooling anybody.
Yeah, and Shawn Michaels was in on it.
Well, who's saying that? No. Hey, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. No.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Mammoth. Hey, man. What's up?
Hello.
I mean, Shawn Michaels is not a small guy, but it's like compared to Bret Hart.
Well,
it might as well be me going up against him.
and I would love to hear a lot of these wrestlers' stories about how Vince McMahon screwed them out of a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Because remember, here's and also and also out loud. This is a better map of it. This is like the better map of it. We had Dory Funk Sr. in Amarillo. We had Fritz Von Erich in World Class. Bill Watts from Mid South. We had Don Owen in the Pacific Northwest. Actually, he was very legendary. He doesn't get talked enough, and I feel like that's very sad, in my humble opinion. And then you had the AWA under Vern Gagne. You had the WWF under the McMahons, and of course Jim Crockett in Mid-Atlantic, and also Jim Barnett in Georgia at the time. You had those prominent players.
I think Greg Gagne was. They talked a lot about Vern.
Yeah, there's
Greg Gagne was wrestling. Yeah.
And then you had Memphis with Jerry Jarrett, and also where Jerry the King Lawler was.
Yeah, that's where Lawler was.
Memphis.
Memphis.
And remember, Jerry Jarrett is the father of Jeff Jarrett, who went on to go and found Total Nonstop Action.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that.
so what happened here, ladies and gentlemen? So in the late 80s, we had all these wonderful territories all together.
And
Vince
became
McMahon
WWF.
and Vince McMahon got this brilliant idea. Like, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go global. I want to go global. We're gonna make this happen. I want to take down these territories. WrestleMania. So he is fueled by this idea. He goes over to Vern Gagne, steals Hulk Hogan, lures him away, and I think Junkyard Dog was either in with Vern or in one of the other territories in Georgia or somewhere in here. So what happens? Georgia Championship Wrestling, the pinnacle of that era, got the huge boost from media mongrel Ted Turner at the time, who funded Turner Broadcasting with his UHF station. Because remember, Ted's a fucking billionaire. He was billionaire Ted, and he took Georgia because his he loved wrestling through his, I believe, through his wife. That's how the story went.
He's headquartered in Atlanta, so yeah.
It was basically anime. It was basically the same thing Turner was doing for cartoons at the time.
Oh yeah, that too.
It was a time where they were not conglomerizing, but bringing everything together, buying up everything and putting it together.
Yeah.
You know, like Ted Turner did for cartoons, Vince did for wrestling.
It was also the time that Turner thought he colorized all the black and white films.
Yeah.
Until he ran up against Citizen Kane. Which it's like the contract that Orson Welles had was that nobody can touch a frame of that film without his permission. And since Orson Welles was conveniently dead at that point, we can't get your permission because I'm sorry. Contract won't allow it. So that brought that whole process to a screeching halt. I mean, it's great technology exists so we can do things.
Yeah.
So as time went on, because remember they were doing great business in Georgia. They were doing great business. They were in Chattanooga. They were in so many different territories, and people were like, "How is this possible? How did they get this?" Well, remember at the time the UHF stations were really expensive. I mean. About a pretty penny, basically, that would bankrupt all of us in this room. We would be out on the street because that's how expensive it was.
I would dispute that because at least for the longest time, UHF stations were like almost like cable networks.
Whoa!
The real good signal was really the VHS, the standard, normal dial. The UHF is like that's where you went if you couldn't afford anything else. You're putting together a rinky-dink thing and.
You had
it looks about like this would be a typical UHF show,
You had a lot of things being bought out and combined.
But early on, like it was
in the 70s and 80s. A lot of things that were having money boosted into their industries. From big business. I mean, it was the same thing happening to sports at the time. You had a lot of big moneyed interest coming in, wanting to take over, put money into it, turn it into what you have now. Wrestling was one of those avenues.
Yes, you're correct. And also, let's not forget the legendary Sam Muchnick, who ran the Omni Atlantic at the time. He ran that legendary promotion from the 40s, from the 40s, all the way till I believe the mid 70s and 80s. One of the greatest promoters out there of all time. And we also, up here in Toronto, we had Frank Tunney, who was the president that came along before Gorilla Monsoon. There was Jack Tunney. I
Yeah.
believe that was either his nephew or his son. It was one of the two. It was either one, because there is a relation to it. There is a relation, and
Which anime, it begs the question, how would wrestling have turned out had the territories been allowed to continue to exist like they are now? Or then? Now?
It's going to be a regional thing, I think.
That's a great question. In my humble opinion,
Oh.
with my sort of limited knowledge, I'm going off on everything that I've heard and read. To my understanding, had the territory survive? Because remember what was happening at the time. Because remember, we had Georgia at the pinnacle of their height. We had them at their height. We had Jim Crockett rising up as well. We had World Class Championship Wrestling. We had the AWA, the NWA, at their peak, because World Class, they had the Von Erichs, they had the Freebirds, they had Mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart, they had, I believe they had also, they had Bruiser Brody. They had so many prominent people at the time. Gino Hernandez. World Class was its own star. Ran by the legendary heel Fritz Von Erich.
Who was wrestling for AWA back in the day?
Yes, and who was a one-time president of the AWA. He was a one-time president of that whole conglomerate. So he made the calculated risk of breaking off from the alliance and running his own promotion, his own territory. Now, at the time that was happening, that was completely fine, given the circumstances they were in, because they had a hot feud going with the Freebirds and the Von Erichs.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the person at the top who was the then champion at the time was Ric Flair. And remember, I made the joke earlier that Ric Flair is secretly given the championship because the AWA and MWA were secret fans of his. So if you look at all his titles reigns from that one, you'll see what I mean. But
everyone loves a nature boy. Woo!
but jokes aside, I'm not knocking the man. Jokes aside, he was their champion at the time. And then David Von Erich, who was the perfect buildup of all the brothers combined. He was like the whole package. And anybody will tell you he could wrestle good, he could talk, he could do the spot, he could do all the moves and everything and all the angles. He was on the cusp of becoming the NWA World Champion, and Ric Flair agreed to drop the belt to him clean. That's what was supposed to happen. Until that ill-fated trip to Japan, where, let's all face it, he died of an overdose. The evidence is there.
Yeah.
The testimonies are there. Bruiser Brody covered it up. He did. He dumped the pills in the toilet and flushed them.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was. That's how bad Fritz Von Erich ran the World Class. This came at a very bad time, because with that going on, they were hesitant to drop it to Kerry Von Erich. They were hesitant to drop it to him, but through political poll and everything and made it happen, they did the Parade of Champions at that time in honor of David. So Kerry Von Erich won it from Ric Flair, and unfortunately, given the history that they had, and of course the rumored drug problems they were having that were being covered up and everything, the NWA and AWA lost faith in him and took the belt away and gave it back to Flair yet again. So with that going on, World Class fell way harder than the Berlin Wall. They fell way harder. And on top of the announcement that Gino Hernandez was also dead, was also found dead by a very, very, very under weird circumstances. But hindsight's 2020. We all know he was murdered. Ain't no way you would shoot yourself up with that load of drugs that he was on. Twice the limit. Ain't no way. So, and I'm providing you the answer to your question, McTowell. Don't worry. Had David not died, World Class would still be in business. World Class would still be in business along with Dory Funk and Bill Watts. These three right here would still be in business in the Texas territory. Probably because when Fritz dies, I'm pretty sure one of his sons would have taken over and would be under. It would be under either Kerry, Kevin, or Mike at the time. Because remember, Chris Von Erich couldn't wrestle worth a damn, given the brittle bones and everything, which is sad. Which is sad in all honesty. But they had the worst circumstances, that whole family. I feel bad for them. Who else do we have? We have Stu Hart still. I mean, Stampede Wrestling would still be a thing because remember, it's based in Canada. They would still be fine. So I wouldn't worry about Stu Hart's territory because he would be fine.
As I understood it, Vince McMahon wanted all the best wrestlers from all the territories on one show.
Yeah, and he was poached on what I'm reading thing about,
Oh, he ravaged the whole fucking enchilada through and through. So
but how the NWA was trying to hold off Vince by forming alliances with other promotions, and it didn't quite work.
No, it did not.
Right.
It didn't work because they didn't have the funding. They didn't have, and everybody had so many egos. Because remember, you had different people from different backgrounds and everything. I mean, Jim Crockett played ball the most, and so did Jim Barnett. They played ball.
I mean, they saw what was coming. It was just more cutthroat business, which is what it's always been. I mean,
Nick Bockwinkel and Hulk Hogan, and
oh
my god!
once Vince McMahon came in with all that cash, started waving it in them guys' face. I mean, you're basically cutting them guys, the promoters, out at that point and stepping over them. You're taking their business away, taking their bread out of them. So I can imagine there was a lot of threats, a lot of quote unquote visits, kind of like mafia style. I can imagine there was a lot of disagreements going on with this at the time.
Oh, you're gonna like this because I'm getting to that part. Actually, you're gonna love this. Yeah. So Jim Crockett had the fortune to get the American dream. That's the roads, baby. The American dream. Dream.
There's a picture here. I'm looking at a picture here. Mad Dog Vachon, Baron Von Raschke, and a very young Hulk Hogan backstage with Mean Gene. And Mad Dog's going, Von Raschke's got the claw up again. Mad Dog. Hogan's just sort of standing back there. I'll let you guys talk for a while.
when Vince McMahon first formed it, wasn't it Pat Patterson and Gene Okerlund and who else?
Well, we also don't forget. We also when Black Saturday happened, because here's what happened. Jim Crockett and Jim Barnett were doing great business and everything. They were doing great business. Vince McMahon comes in. This is where the war between Turner and Vince McMahon began. It started off as good faith because in Georgia Championship Wrestling, Vince
No,
McMahon
fuck.
bought it outright from Jim Barnett and a lot of other people. And guess who was the booker at the time? Ole Anderson. Ole Anderson threw a hissy fit because Jack and Jerry Briscoe, the Briscoe brothers at the time, were shareholders along with Jim Barnett.
Yeah.
And they turned against they turned against Ole Anderson and joined up with Vince McMahon, and through all of that. Oh wait, no, I have that backwards. I have that backwards actually. Oh, darn it.
Y'all talking about wrestling?
Yes, we are.
Yep.
So Vince McMahon bought Georgia outright from underneath with the help of the Briscoes and everything. And Ted Turner, in his naivety, which you really can't blame him for actually trying to play ball with Vince. He wanted to play ball with Vince. And you can't really blame him for that. You really can't.
Yeah, give him benefit of the doubt, yeah.
He was willing to do that. And Vince McMahon, in his big ass ego that can't be contained. I'm not talking about the grapefruits. I'm talking about the actual ego, YouTube.
Which just grew bigger and bigger as time goes on.
He gets upset with Vince. It's like, what the hell are you doing? You told me you were gonna keep airing the Georgia stuff from the territories and everything. Vince reneged on that promise. Is like, no, I'm gonna use this to promote my own show. With the help of Bill Watts and and Jim Crockett, they bought back the Georgia territory and called it World Class Championship Wrestling, the major pinnacle of Jim Crockett. And Vince McMahon told Jim Crockett, "You'll choke on that fucking million."
Yep.
And here we are. And then all the other territories started falling on their ass. Bill Watts gets locked out, even though he was promised some airtime. So Bill Watts gets locked out. And then Jim Barnett and everybody in this territory right here joined up with Jim Crockett. Now, here's where I think where Jim Crockett failed miserably in. And I don't really, and you necessarily cannot blame him for at least thinking ahead while he still has the leverage. I feel like he pushed way too far west. He pushed way too far. He pushed it to the California territory, and I feel like the routing and the cities and everything, all the house shows, they weren't making as much as you would in the Carolinas, in Florida, in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Texas. Basically the whole fucking enchilada of the Midwest, of the Mideast.
Yeah.
You could make a bank. You could make bank in the Mideast, but not the Midwest. And I feel like that's where it really hurt Jim Crockett the most. And of course, as much as we all love Dusty Rhodes and everything, his booking was starting to get bad in the early 90s, like in the early 90s, to where Ted Turner really bought out Jim Crockett, and in comes Eric Bischoff.
Oh man, Eric Bischoff.
Yes. So when Jim Crockett stepped down as the owner and became more of like a advisor, I feel like that's the second part of the end of the territories. Because remember, there were two main companies in town at that time. You had the WWF on the upper line. You had it all right here with the WWF. At the bottom is Jim Crockett with his territories. Those were the only two left in that whole mess. And of course, Eastern Championship Wrestling watching in the wings in the late in the early late 90s.
Yep, ECW. Yep.
I've got the roster up for old AWA.
And
WCW, what helped them for a long time was that they had Ted Turner's money.
Yeah.
Right. So they were paying all of these wrestlers huge guaranteed contracts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which was really costing Turner a lot of money in the long run. Because, you know, hey, these guys are maybe wrestling a couple times a week, not really doing much. You know, not really a big turn on investment, but, you know, they had the superstars. Vince played it smart. But he had to have a lot of loyal guys stay with him, which was also what helped Vince McMahon win over WCW. In the end, WCW priced themselves out of a show. The Monday Night Wars were something else, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was actually. It really was something at that time, and when you really look at it happening, it's like, wow, we really got into all this.
Of course, Bischoff was cutthroat. I mean, he took a lot of them older, wrestlers that helped make Vince huge, like Hogan and who was it, Ric Flair at one time.
Yeah.
You know, they were using those guys on his show and getting huge.
And don't forget, way down here between Jerry Jarrett and Nick Gulas is Angelo Poffo. That was the father of Randy Savage. Randy Savage's dad. Yep. So they had a lot of really good talent there. They had some great talent, and with that going on, it's really sad when you see the downfall of the territories, like from the Von Erichs.
Sorry, Billy Graham. Okay.
To the Black Saturday incident, to Jim Crockett Jr. stepping down. Jim Crockett Jr. stepped down. I feel like that was the final straw before the Monday Night Wars. And now that and since Jim Crockett was out of the way, Eric Bischoff is like, now we can do so much more. I want to get back at Vince. So Bischoff and Turner were really scary people.
No, so
yeah,
Bischoff
here we go.
And Bischoff started calling out things, and people say, "Do you really want to be doing this? Vince is not a small guy. He's going to break you in half, Eric. Knock it off."
Yeah, they were
Your
really
little judo moves ain't going to mean shit. The man's a tank. Okay. Yeah, here's the roster for AWA going back to the beginning. I'm seeing stuff. Yeah, I watch this guy.
Yeah, I mean,
some of the
all
guys
those.
I know, but because let's see, Andre the Giant, Baron von Raschke. I mentioned it a few times already. Superstar Billy Graham. He's a typical. He described himself as a typical, blonde-haired, blue-eyed asshole. Blonde-haired California assholes. Then it's the same model that Jesse Ventura picked up and Hulk Hogan to a bit, and Bobby the Brain Heenan. They were back in the day. Over Brazil a bit. Just going here. Bruiser Brody, I think that seems it rings a bell. Cowboy Bill.
Cowboy Bob Orton. That's Randy Orton's dad right there.
Yep, that's his dad.
I wasn't worried the Manson act, Cactus Jack.
That's Cactus Jack. Yep.
I like the way that Mick would do it later on with these other personas, these like weapons he would drag out.
Yeah, Mick
And
Foley.
Oh, I
eventually,
do
no,
remember.
we're going beyond mankind. You're bringing up Cactus Jack. Holy shit!
Kurt Hennig, which was Mr. Perfect.
Chavo Guerrero.
Oh, he does look like Eddie. I could
Yeah,
see where
it's a
Eddie
definite
got the
family, yeah.
mustache. I could see it actually.
No, the
He-
entire
my
Guerrero
God.
family. Yeah, he was a family.
I think Bull Power was Vader.
he
I think
was.
he eventually became Vader.
Could be,
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did when he did in WCW at the time, and then when he jumped over to WWF.
And this
So
was,
you're not wrong. And of course,
Johnny
there's the man right there, the DDP, the self high fiving, WCW
Dallas
champion.
and
one of my
Dusty
favorites.
Rhodes.
Hard times,
Yeah.
baby. The hard times, daddy.
I've dined with kings and queens, and I've dined on pork
Just
and
think,
beans.
boys. Just think, boys.
Dusty
Just think,
Rhodes.
boys. Just
Bishop.
think, boys. Next year we're gonna be making
Fonzu.
motion movie pictures and sitcoms, baby.
Dory Funk Sr., Dory Funk Jr.
Oh
Gorgeous
yeah.
George.
Oh, gorgeous.
Oh, yeah,
Miss,
just go back to 50, Freddie Black.
classy Freddy. See, there's Fritz. There's Fritz, that little bastard. Oh, I hated him. I hated that man.
Gorgeous George. I mean,
Oh,
Gorgeous
Fabulous
George.
Moolah was it? Yeah, Fabulous Moolah. That's
Hacian
Yeah.
Arab, aka the Iron Sheik.
and
Yep.
Gorgeous George is the type of he's like news star like about the pretty boy type thing. Get
God,
your
look how-
filthy hands off of me.
Jeff
Good God,
Jarrett.
look how young Hulk Hogan looks. Holy shit,
Oh,
what
yeah.
a stark contrast.
Back in the, yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Jerry the King
Okay.
Lawler.
Oh, he had that.
Harley Race. That's,
Oh,
Hey,
the
guys,
legend.
Rick
The legend.
Valentine.
I'm gonna head off here.
All right, Mammoth, you have a
All
good
right.
one.
Later, Mammoth.
All right, you all have a good night.
I still can't believe. I still
Jeff
cannot believe that. That's Jeff Jarrett right there.
Jerry the King
And-
Lawler.
Yep. I cannot believe that is
Jerry-
Jesse
Jesse
the Body.
the Body.
I can't believe that's
Yeah.
him.
He
I
was.
can't-
the Body Ventura.
That's
Oh,
Yeah.
him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
you
was-
even look at it.
What the hell do you think is going to happen
We had the
When you
conspiracy
put me-
theory.
when you put me in the
And of
ring
course,
with
the
everybody else?
wonderful Jimmy
Super Fight
Garvin.
Snuka. Yeah.
What's
Jimmy
that?
Snuka.
Is that him during post cocaine, pre cocaine, or post cocaine? Because you never know what that
Dude,
meant.
Some of this could be dirty.
Jimmy Snuka.
He's on one.
That
Yeah.
Joker jumping off of top ropes and freaking ladders and shit. He's
Airplane.
awesome.
Johnny Valentine, Jimmy Allen, Jose, Judy Grable, Judy Martin, Jumbo.
Kamala.
Kamala, yeah. Oh, no, it's Ken Patera.
Where is Jake the Snake Roberts at? I don't see him yet.
He may not have been with AWA. I don't know.
No, he
Probably not.
didn't show up till much later. There's Kamala, Ken
Oh, it took-
Patera.
Took forever to get an
yeah.
explanation of what Austin 316 actually. Because I know it's Steve Cole, but what the hell is what's the origin here? It took forever to finally get the DVD of the Stone Cold DVD where it finally explanation, and it's all just after a match. He fought against Jake the Snake Roberts.
Holy shit! I
Yeah,
recognize
it
that.
was.
It was like
It was.
It was after Jake had gotten religion, but he was going on about, but after, and it was just off the top of Hogan's head. I mean, Austin's head. He was welcome with Gene. After the match, you're talking about your Bible in the John 3:16. Well, Austin 3:16 said, "Don't go, just whoop your ass."
Mhm.
Okay, that's
Yeah, it was King of the Ring '96, and he.
Yeah. Just going off. That's what he did with ECW for a while, because when he was injured, so he was sidelined.
Yeah,
And Paul said, "Hey, come over here. You like to talk? Go give me something to do."
yeah, he was with. Yeah, he was with ECW, and then what was it? Eric Bischoff fired him or something.
Something like that. It was a knee injury. He was nursing a knee. So like, Paul said, "Hey, come over here." You can do
He got fired by Eric. Yeah, he got fired by Eric Bischoff, which was part of the anger that he had.
Yeah, and he
His
did
character.
a shop thing where he put on a bad wig. Come on, go over to WCW. We'll see the big boys play with themselves. It's like,
Big boy. Mike DiBiase.
Mean Gene Okerlund.
Yep, there's Mean Gene.
Mad Dog Vachon, that guy, he'd bite people. Okay. Clawed him in
Uh,
nuts. Michael Hayden was the one of the Freebirds. Wasn't he? Go on with that picture. That's got to be Ted's dad. Okay. It's like,
Pat Patterson. Yeah, there's Pat Patterson right
Yeah.
there.
Nick Bockwinkel.
Oh my God, Pat! Well, you can't even tell it's Pat. Holy crap, Pat Patterson!
Yeah, you can't even tell.
You
Pat
can't even
Patterson.
tell that's him. Holy shit! And there's Michael. And there's Michael Pierce Sexay. P.S. Hayes.
It was up until the early 80s. It was 82 or so when it rolled up.
Man, he aged faster than
There's
anything.
Paulie.
Hey, oh, look at the mullet!
Oh,
look at the
yeah.
mullet on it! Look
That
at the
Paul
mullet!
Heyman.
Dangerous. Yeah, it's Paul Heyman.
Oh my
Mullet on
God!
that man.
Yeah, there's Ric Flair,
Woo! Okay.
Rick Steiner. I think that's Scott Steiner's brother.
And the
Yes.
Road Warriors.
Oh
Yep,
yes!
Road Warrior
Oh
Hall.
man,
Oh,
we're still doing the face paint back then.
Oh, Roddy Piper.
Yeah.
One of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Oh look, wait a minute, that can't
He learned
be.
the back pass just to be annoying.
Wait a minute.
Scott Hall,
that's
Sergeant
Paulie
Slaughter,
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
Shawn
I see.
Michaels.
Go to Rock Rogowski. Go to him for a moment. Go to Rock Rogowski.
That's
That
right.
is old. That's Ole Anderson. That is him.
Oh, it is Arn Anderson. Yeah, it is.
That threw me off. The Rock Rogowski threw me off a little bit, but I recognized his face anywhere. That is Ole Anderson right there. That is him right there, Mr. Crybaby, Mr. Baby Back Bitch.
Scott
Oh, cool.
Hall. There's Scott Hall.
Oh, wow.
Shawn
Terry
Michaels.
Funk.
Holy
Yep.
crap! Yep,
Yep.
it's the same
Shawn
one.
Michaels.
Same
Yep.
one. Holy crap! You
Same
look
sexy
Shawn
great.
Michaels. Sweet
Bored.
Chin Music.
Still
Heartbreak
like a
Kid.
baby fat back there. Yeah.
Oh, Sherry Martell. Oh, we
Yeah.
miss Sherry Martell. Oh my God, we miss
Yeah.
you.
Think I'm cute. Tino Santana. I remember him.
Yeah.
I know it's Terry Funk. He used to be in ECW.
Yep, there's Terry Funk. There was Terry
I
Funk.
said, "Gee."
Dory Funk's.
That's right,
son.
girl. What? I got the moves.
Tito Santana.
They really move.
And then we
Yeah.
had
Right,
Wahoo
right.
McDaniel. Oh my
Yeah.
God, I remember him. Oh my
Mhm.
Lord.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And then we had
Vern.
there's Vern Gagne. You can still see some of the hair in the back. You can still see some of it. But man, did
Tony
he-
Atlas. I think Tony Atlas was part of what was it?
Let's see.
Ron Killing's tag team, I think.
I think he.
Damn.
I think he was. No, that was
Oh,
Ron.
man.
I think that was Ron Simmons at the time. It was Ron Simmons.
Ron Simmons. Wasn't that his tag partner?
No, I think I know he teamed up. I know Ron Simmons teamed up with the Nation of Domination at the time with Kama Savio D'Lo Brown, Savio Vega,
D'Lo
Eight
Brown.
D'Lo Brown, Mark Henry, and The Rock at the time. Then when that faction broke up and it only became the center of Rock and everything, he also teamed up with Farouk.
Yep.
No, sorry, I made a mistake there. He teamed up with Bradshaw. He teamed up with John
Bradshaw.
Bradshaw.
Yeah.
He teamed up with Bradshaw at the time, and they ran that tag team for as long as it could. I'm amazed how long they lasted. I was amazed.
Damn. Yeah.
But I loved it though because I love watching them wrestle.
Yeah.
And then when that faction broke up,
Mhm.
when that tag team broke up, he did go. I think he did go to TNA with Ron Killings.
Mhm.
I think he did at that time, but I could be wrong. Again, it's been so long since I've seen this, but
What do we got for Paulie here? There we go.
oh my Lord, he's still, if he grew his hair out, he would still have a mullet. If he
Bald
still
head.
grew his hair up, oh my Lord.
He's younger than I am.
Oh my
The
goodness.
fucker's a year younger than I am.
Oh man, I all these prominent people here, and there, of course, there's the legendary Stu Hart. Oh my goodness, what
Yeah.
a great man!
Oh man.
Well, there's some when Paulie was driven and was forced out of ECW. He was on the
Alrighty, Fatal. I'll see you later, buddy. Thank you for coming by. We'll
Later,
speak
Fatal.
again soon. We'll speak again soon.
There's EDA. Yeah.
But man, this is it breaks my heart when you see all these prominent people
Yeah.
and where their careers are and everything.
Yeah.
I want to say a good 50% of these people are long gone. I
Yeah.
want to say a
Oh,
good
yeah.
chunk of them are gone.
Yeah, it's Roddy. 61 dead 2015.
Yeah, I was actually on that date I was in Minnesota when I heard he passed away.
Yeah, I think
I was in Minnesota at the time. Cuz a month later I went to Arizona a month later. So I know where I was at when that happened.
he was real scared. It might have been a cancer thing, I think, but finally got him.
Yeah, if I
It
compare
becomes-
YouTubers and wrestlers, well,
Mhm.
we all know what they have in common.
Mhm.
Let's see. Animal's still around. Hawk is the one that died, right?
No, actually both are dead now.
Both of them dead?
Yeah, both of them are dead. Yeah, he passed
Damn.
away 5 years ago.
Okay, yeah. 2020.
Almost
it'll
5
be-
years though.
Almost 5
Mhm.
years. So he passed away. His brother
Yeah, it was Hawk was-
John
Yeah, that's the drug
it's
thing.
so tragic what happened to him. It's so tragic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He fell
Yeah.
so unbelievably hard.
Yeah. I think
You
it
could
was-
see it too. Like you could see it. Like you don't even have to
Yeah.
know who he is because behind there it's like, oh damn.
Yeah. I think well,
I
when Animal
still-
come out, he'd still use ooh, what a rush, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Let's check out on Nick.
Blair is still
Oh, yeah.
going, to be honest.
Yeah, he's still going.
I think he's still.
It's
wrestling.
like he's like, I want to wrestle one more match. No, please, for the love of God,
God's
no.
sakes, Rick, you're
Oh,
For
yeah.
the love of God, for the love of God, no.
You got grandchildren, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Go into managing, okay? You still get up there and occasionally, do a slap thing, but don't do regular matches anymore. Well, the big thing about it because he basically stole the name from an earlier wrestler. I forget the name, but they'll fight to to carry on the name Nature Boy. Yeah. God, this still cracks me up.
And because you have, I cannot believe that's Marty Jannetty still. Oh, Mike DiBiase. Oh, I think that was. I think that's his.
It's got to be his dad. Look at the age.
It has to be his dad. It has to be because
He was born in 1923.
Yep, and MGTOW, I felt bad for Ted DiBiase's son. I felt bad for him. WWE fucked him over bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They fucked him over bad, and it's like Jesus Christ.
I mean, on the bright side, he's in the Hall of Fame. So
Well, yeah, that's very, very true. That's very
the thing.
true.
They have no problem honoring the past. Getting these guys in there. Screw them over in the meantime, but
Yeah, Don Morocco and everything. You had there's Dory Funk Sr. There he is. There's Dory Funk Sr.
Junior.
And Dory Funk.
There. No, that's Freddie Blassie. Hold on. I know I saw Ted DiBiase.
it's so scary how they looked back then. You couldn't even tell some of these people because I remember him. He was one of the commentators at the time. He was one of the ringside commentators at the time. He was one of them for special promotions and everything.
Yeah.
Man, I wondered. I didn't realize he passed away. Oh, yeah, he did. Oh, yep. He would. Oh, yeah, he passed before anything. And we got. Let's see. We got Nick Brockwinkle. I remember him. Now I remember Nick Brockwinkle. I remember him. And then Marty Jannetty. He looks like an '80s rocker with that hair. He looks like a rocker with that hair. Of course,
look at the outfit.
Yep. He teamed up with Shawn Michaels, and there we go.
Yeah, actually, he was. Yeah, the Rockers. Yeah.
Man, there's Mike. There's Mike DiBiase. Mean Gene Okerlund. Oh my God, I cried when he passed. I literally cried when he passed away because I loved watching him growing up. You know something, Mean Gene? Well, let me tell you something here, Mean Gene.
Well, there you have it. You know, be sure and be there at the Denver Coliseum when the superstar Billy Graham faces off against. I could have sworn I saw Ted DiBiase in here.
Oh, I agree. Where is? I don't see Ted DiBiase.
Yeah, I could have sworn I saw him. It was just being thrown up a.
Or was he in NWA?
Could be. Yeah.
He was probably in NWA at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty the first thing I saw him was when when WWF was starting to take off.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, was that Paul Ellering? I saw Paul Ellering. Holy crap. That's Paul Ellering. What the fuck? Oh my God, it's him. Oh, the legendary manager of the Road Warriors. Holy shit. Holy shit, I can't believe that's him. The younger version of him. You wouldn't know it was him.
Oh, yeah.
You would not know it's him with that look.
No.
Well, I got Shawn Michaels. Would you recognize him on the street?
No, I would not. Sergeant Slaughter is obvious.
Yeah, he is awesome.
Yeah, even when he comes out with that stuff. Yeah, they're Slaughter.
Samu looks like an early version of Rhino at the time. He looks like Rhino a little bit with the long hair and everything.
Why have they got the Super Ninja twice?
Sherry, sensational Sherry. Oh my God, what a treat she was watching her. I did watch her Hall of Fame induction, and I thought that was well deserved. I thought that would. And what's weird is she literally died a year later, like literally a year later, and she, I think she died right before Chris Benoit. She died a month before Chris Benoit. Holy crap!
Yeah.
He's from Birmingham. I didn't know that. Oh shit! She's from my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh my goodness! All these wonderful people.
Yeah.
Well, you have of course you have Stan Lane, and you had Stan Lane.
Yeah.
And you had the Midnight Express at the time too. You had the Midnight Express too.
Consider Super Ninja and then another Super Ninja. What's we got on here?
Yeah, what the hell? Super Ninja and Super Ninja? Is that Bingus?
It might be Dingus when he's younger.
It does look like Dingus.
Kenji Kikano. Ring names: Kenji Kikano, Great Zebra. Some of these are Mexican. The Super Ninja. Co-founder of Pro Wrestling Crusaders.
6'5". What? That's a tall Japanese dude.
Well, you know, if you feed them American food, they do grow bigger. You know,
God.
that's the thing. When they eat nothing but seaweed and rice, guess what? They don't grow very big. But when they,
You feed me good American food.
now, yeah, you feed them burgers and things, they get big.
Ryu
That's sort of
Magoo.
thing. So yeah, how big you are is not race; it's not what you eat.
See if you
He
can
looks
find.
like he's fixing to. He looks like he's fixing to morph into a Power Ranger.
Yeah.
See
What's
if you
this
can
guy's
pull up.
story?
See if you can pull up the NWA roster. See if
So
you can pull
go
them
Power
up.
Rangers.
This guy died a few years ago. Well, let's see.
Mighty Morphin.
Terry Funk. Yeah.
Yep, Funk.
Well, is it? It's just the same one. Yeah,
Yep, it's him.
Yep, ask
Yep,
Mr.
yep.
Funk.
that was part of what gave ECW something because they got an old timer like Gary, the Gary Funk.
That Joker was a great wrestler.
Oh, look at his promotion history. Look at his promotion history, and you tell me how he managed all of that at his age.
Hmm.
Keep going. Keep going down.
He was almost 80 when he died.
Yeah, because keep going. It showed where he wrestled in the.
Go Power Rangers.
You see, look at all of the promotions he was in. Ain't that crazy?
Up until 2017.
WCW.
Yep, he was in ECW twice. He was in WCW twice. He was in the NWA, All Japan Pro Wrestling.
WCW a few times.
Yep, and then he was in the WWF at the time in '85, his first run, and then he went back. He went back to AWA and Georgia Championship Wrestling at the time, and then the NWA Tri-State area, and Mid Atlantic, NWA Hollywood, and then
Yeah.
man, he really look at
He's on the
the
move.
up until now. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
that man did it all. That man did
Yeah.
it all, and
Good face and heel.
he wrestled in every promotion, thrown at
Mhm.
him.
Well, that deserves a reward. No, that is impressive, though.
Mhm.
You also had let's see, you had Jimmy Valiant, you had Fatu, who was who was
Well, let's see.
he was Rikishi Fatu. at the
Rikishi.
time.
Yeah.
Yep, he was Rikishi at the time,
Mhm.
and
Ishii.
he
Oh.
he really
I think the one who's been trying to do this ass attack, right?
Yeah, the
Yep.
big face. Mhm. I don't think it was very hard to sell that move. Okay? Ah!
yeah, it's just like trying to willingly do it is the thing. There's Don Morocco, there's Ed Lewis, Ethel Johnson.
That's good, Dusty. up here.
Dusty, Dusty baby, the Dusty baby.
Mr. Rhodes,
Yeah.
the man that gave us Gold Dust, Cody Rhodes, Stardust.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I died back in 15 at 16.
How would you like to know your opponent is a guy that literally calls himself Gold Dust?
Well, I think of the last thing. I don't want to get in there just because my dad's Dusty Rhodes. Okay, it's something totally weird. I mean, that was the kind when he had Coco the Clown, for God's sakes. Okay, go on.
Oh yeah.
That weirdness. Okay, let's try
Oh,
and
American dream.
what?
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Let's see if I can. Let me find
Yeah,
it.
I'll let you
Hold on.
I'll let you get it up.
Hold
and
on, let's
everything.
get that up here. Roster.
Homer.
It would be the late '80s roster, is what we're looking.
There we
at. Let's see.
Okay, just a second. Let me go deal with this first.
Oh wait, no, this is the new one. Actually, we're looking for. Hold on, let me see.
Okay, we're turning off.
Dun it down.
There we go. All right.
Down.
Here, let me. Here, I got this. Here we go. I got this one. Here, I pulled up the roster too. So here you go. We got. This is from 1983. This was from '83 before the WWF became. We got Abdul the Butcher. There's Arn Anderson with the hat. A hat. Oh, Bobby Eaton. Oh, I miss him. See, there's David Von Erich right there. This is David Von Erich. Uh-oh. I'll wait till
All righty. Oh.
Here's the classics one, Bob. Here, you might recognize a lot of people from here.
Oh, okay. Which one is this one? That's NWA. That's AWA.
Yeah, this is the
Or
this is the
NWA.
this is the original NWA in
Oh.
90 in 83.
Okay. Let
In
me
83.
Let me go full screen on this and see what's going on. I'm seeing a lot of the same names here. You know, there's Andre. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna see a bit of repeats here and there, but remember these people were part of
Big John Studd. Yeah.
Yeah, they were part of the same promotions at the time, back
Yeah.
to back.
They swap back and forth there. They're good.
And then you had
Bret
can you
Hart.
believe that's
Good
can
Lord.
you believe that's actually him back then?
What was he in high school?
Oh, that's Barry Horowitz.
That's okay. That's a
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that was not the Bret Hart we knew. Okay, that was much later.
Oh, okay. All right.
We had Bruce. I can't believe that's Bruce Pritchard. I
Oh, my
refuse to believe that's him.
Bruce
I believe
Pritchard.
the face is
It
right.
looks like
Yeah.
that faces look like he wiped too many asses on that face.
Yeah.
Good grief! It's still the same. It's still the same shape.
Yeah.
How the fuck is that possible? What the fuck?
He just got a slappable face, and thank God Roddy Piper.
And you got Buddy Rose, and then you got, of course, David Von Erich. This is David Von Erich that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Which is so sad. He died 1 year later. That's
God,
okay.
25. Jeez, that's insane.
Well, yeah, some of them died very young, and it's like, what the hell?
What else we got here? Let's see,
We got Dick the Brute. We got Dick the Bruiser,
oh yeah, that's going back a ways.
and then
Yeah, slow down a bit. I'm trying to get me.
oh, sorry, I'll slow down.
All right. The Great Kabuki, Greg the Hammer Valentine,
Oh, Great Kabuki. Oh, what a legend.
the Fabulous
What a
Moolah.
legend. Oh God, Miss Bitch Face herself.
Oh, hey, you know, she
Oh,
Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Fabulous Moolah, yeah.
Yeah.
the legend himself, Gordon Soley. What a great! Oh my God, like you could not turn on Georgia Championship Wrestling and not immediately recognize this man. He welcomed you on WCW. Ah, there's Jake Roberts.
Yeah, there.
Jake the Snake. Yeah,
There
that's
he
one of my
is.
favorites right there.
And Hulkster and Iron Sheik.
There's Jack Briscoe.
Jack Briscoe.
For those wondering, this is Jim Barnett. This is Jim Barnett at the time, and he was with them for Georgia. Of course, Jimmy Garvin.
Yeah.
Dude,
And-
Same pictures too. Jim Crockett Jr.
Jim Crockett, yeah.
Snooki again.
Yeah.
Jim.
It's
Oh
so-
shit, Jim Cornette.
Yep. The very same Jim
I
Cornette.
hate Vince
Yeah.
Russo. I hate Vince
Yeah.
Russo with a passion. I'm gonna shit on his grave.
Mhm.
I'm gonna piss on his grave
All right.
if it's the last thing I do.
We go there. King Kong Bundy.
You ever heard him talk
King
about
Kong
that?
Bundy with hair.
Oh
You ever
my
heard him-
god, that's scary.
Dude,
That is scary.
that
Holy
is awesome.
I never
Mhm.
King Kong Bundy with him. Now I've seen it all.
Mhm.
Now
Paul
I've seen it all.
And Nick Bockwinkel again. Ole Anderson.
Paul
One
Orndorff
man
is-
gang.
Paul Orndorff.
Mike Von Erich.
A Plowboy
Randy
Frazier.
Savage,
What the
Ric Flair.
fuck?
Randy
Oh my
Savage.
god. Paul Orndorff. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, I gotta go yell at my wife for a minute.
Yellow Nikolai Volkov. What a great. Oh, there's Mike Rotunda. That's actually IRS. Erwin R. Schneister with Ted DiBiase at the time. Son, he's actually the father. He's actually the father of Bray Wyatt and Bo Dallas. He is their father.
Really? I didn't know
Yep.
that.
Mm.
His sons actually did very well. I'm actually happy they got their
Rest in
time to
peace,
shine.
Bray.
Is that Rick Rude? or
Rest in
something?
peace, Bray.
Yep, that was. Oh, sorry. There we go.
Yep, rest in peace,
Rick
Rick
On
Rude.
to Ravishing Rick Rude.
I can't believe that's still World Warrior Animal and Hawk.
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Yeah. Mhm.
Nice.
There's Ted DiBiase.
Oh, there he is.
Right.
Yep, there he is.
$1 million man himself.
Mhm.
I actually almost met him, but he wanted cash for the autograph. I'm like, fuck.
Not about the autograph. That's what they do. That's what the
That
story.
makes sense.
We got Ronnie Garvin, Rick Rude. I mean, what a class athlete! What a class athlete! The only man to appear on the WWF and WCW simultaneously. That one time.
Mm.
That one time.
Oh man, I had his wrestling card at somewhere. I don't know what I
Okay.
did with it.
I think that was the honky tonk man at the bottom there.
Honky Tonk Man. Gee, there's another
Where-
one.
Where'd you see him?
Down a bit more.
Yep, there he is.
Oh, there, Wayne
Wayne
Ferris.
Yep, that's him.
Oh wow!
Mhm.
I can't believe that was him. Holy
Yeah.
crap! Yep, it's him. I'm amazed he
Mhm.
actually made this gimmick work. I am amazed he made this work.
Well, Warriors are going to make a belt like that actually work. Is what I know.
Well, just the Elvis gimmick and
Mhm.
everything. I cannot believe
Yeah.
he got away with that.
Didn't he used to beat people with a guitar in the ring?
Yeah, they come out and do the El Kabong thing.
Yep, it's the
Yeah.
El Kabong and
There's Vince.
There's Vince, yeah.
oh yeah, he. Good grief!
You're
Vince, what a-
fired.
Yeah, there I am. Yeah, there I am. Yes, look at me. Admire my old age. You admire my old age.
Oh
yeah.
God, you will
No,
kiss my
just draw,
ass.
just draw me money. No,
You will kiss
don't
my
tell me what
ass.
you're gonna do. Just draw me money.
I cannot believe the things that man got away with on TV.
And to
I
think
know.
and to think that our current president
Just kick
slammed
that.
him, picked his ass, and shaved his head.
Yeah, yeah, he did.
Oh look,
Yeah, the
Liam.
thing- he can
Liam-
go back
Liam-
and he is in the WD Hall of Fame too.
That's the Rock's mother, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep, Rocky
She-
Maivia wife.
No, that's
Or-
No,
that.
that's the mother.
No, Rocky Maivia was The Rock. Yeah, okay, yeah, I had it wrong.
You mean Rocky Johnson?
High Chief
Rocky Johnson, yes,
Rocky
yes,
Yep,
yes.
yep. Rocky Johnson. I see where people get confused. I see where people get confused sometimes. And
looks
there's
just like
all,
his
all
brother.
the Samoans wrestlers are related. It's like they're all cousins.
He
and
does
then-
look like his mother, though.
mhm.
The junkyard dog.
And then
They had some
then-
ugly divas back then.
Mm. Well,
you-
they were actually wrestlers, so they were brought in because of that. A few of them are babes, yeah, but most of
Yeah.
them.
Junkyard Dog, dude. Look how young Junkyard Dog is.
Mhm.
Holy shit, that picture made him look young. The other one.
Yep.
So some of these you wonder, are these are high school wrestling?
He
pictures?
we had an afro and everything.
Yeah. Ken Patera? Good Lord.
I can't believe that's Larry Zabisco.
Heaven
I
Von
refuse.
Erich. Oh,
I
shit.
refuse. I refuse to believe that is Larry Zabisco. That I refuse to believe that's him. I refuse because
Well, we got King Kong Bundy with hair there, so anything's possible.
yes. So I guess now we're just like, you know what? We're in the cusp of history. We
Yeah,
just
what-
wait.
There's
We,
a lot of high
now
school
wouldn't-
pictures. We're in yearbook pictures here. What the hell?
Now, wasn't he also Coco Beware?
no,
be.
that
No.
was a different character. That was a different person.
Same shtick though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crusher Khrushchev.
African Zulu guy.
You can tell the Cold War was in high school.
Of course, you got Jimmy Valiant, Jerry Jarrett,
The Irish.
JJ Dillon. Oh my God, great guys.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Jerry Briscoe and Jack Briscoe.
Mm-hmm.
Harley Race. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Hacksaw Jim coming down with that 2x4. Was it? Yeah.
I remember old Harley Race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jim
Yep.
Dugan. There he is right there.
Mhm,
Yeah.
yep.
He looks-
Oh!
He looks like he could start a Viking movie and just kill it. He'd be like,
and the same shtick, just come out with a 2x4. Was
He's the cabinet maker. He's the woodworkers wrestler.
Mhm.
yes, indeed. Let's see, we got Dutchman. Oh my God, that's Dutch Mantel.
Oh,
Holy,
that's no way. Dutch Mantel, there's no way.
he looks like he looks like
When stuff finally showed up.
oh God, his name's
Dynamite
escaping me.
Kid.
Well, click on it. More will be revealed.
Dutch Mantel. I've heard Jim Cornette talk about him. Wasn't he a promoter?
Yeah,
Let's-
actually, Dutch. This looks like Chuck Norris with a mullet. Well, It
It
looks
does.
like it.
Like
It
Chuck
looks
Norris
like-
left in the woods for like 6 months and they come out.
Yep, that's
Oh
the same
man, Dutch Mantel's got some great stories.
Oh, man. There's Jory Funk Jr. though. Dr. Death Steve Williams.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's why Stone Cold is called Steve Austin.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because the real name is Steve Williams, but there was already Dr. Death there. Well, you got to come up with something. Well,
I can't believe the hair. I can't believe the hair on Dusty
Yeah.
Rhodes. I can't
Oh,
imagine
oh,
keeping
that-
That
that.
shit's
yeah.
great.
I can't imagine the stress of trying to keep that going. Like the
They had
stress.
Mur- Wait, Murdoch was around back then? No way.
Murdoch, yeah.
Where?
With Murdoch,
At the
right?
top, very
Up-
top
up
left.
in the corner.
Yeah, Dick Murdoch. Yep. He was.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know who that is. I think that was
Yeah.
Trevor Murdoch's.
Waxahachie. Yeah.
Yep. It was. At the time. At the time and everything.
Hmm.
I'm so sad that all these men are gone.
Hmm.
It breaks my heart, honestly,
Yeah.
because we had so many people
Right.
from back then. We had
Cowboy
Bill
Bob.
like Bob Armstrong.
Bob Orton there. And there.
Blackjack Mulligan.
Yep, and Lanza Mulligan. And then we had Buddy Lindell and Chris Adams. I refuse to believe that's him. I refuse to believe, because holy crap, what What a difference.
Bret
then-
Hart, dude, look at that picture for Bret Hart.
Well, yeah, we figure it's not the same Bret Hart.
Yeah, I wish it was.
Say,
Right.
I was fixing to say, that's no way that's Bret Hart.
There's Barry Windham and
Mm.
then Andre the Giant when he had that rockin' mullet and everything, that crazy hair. A lot of people had crazy
Big
hair.
John
and-
Studd. I remember Big John Studd.
Yeah. Bob Backlund. Yeah.
And there's Bruiser Brody, Brickhouse Brown. And then there's
Chavo
probably
Guerrero.
Chavo Guerrero. Yeah. And Bob Cowboy.
Bob Orton.
Did he ever get that cast off?
I think he did.
I think it's like, give it up. It's been 3 years. That arm's healed by now. Okay? Nobody's buying it.
And then Chavo Guerrero Sr.
Chavo classic.
And oh, he passed away. Damn it.
Yeah. Well, he's 60. I mean,
I can't believe how young Kurt Hennig is here. Look how young he is. You wouldn't believe he would be.
Mr.
You wouldn't believe he would turn out like this. You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Like one look at him back then, you wouldn't even know it was him.
Is Lex Luger on this list?
Probably different promotion. You know? I didn't see him on
question.
Like Lex Luger.
No, he's not here. I don't think he didn't show up till much later. Because we have the fabulous Freebirds, I think Buddy Rogers is he? Buddy Rogers, where are you, buddy?
Buddy Rogers.
No, there's Buddy Rose. Okay. Buddy
Rogers is original. Buddy Rogers is original Nature Boy. Yeah.
Yeah. Ric Flair took that gimmick, I believe.
So it was an old wrestler. That's where they fight with Ric Flair.
Yeah, we had Terry Taylor, Wahoo McDaniel, Tully Blanchard, Stan Stasiak. Stan Stasiak. I wonder if he's related to Sean Stasiak. That'd be hilarious if he was. And then we had Ronnie Garvin, and there's Randy. Hard to believe that was Randy Savage.
Randy Savage. He's so savage, to be honest.
It was before they came out with the wraparound sunglasses. Yeah.
But anyways, I'll be right back because I'm gonna shower. If I don't return, you know the deal. You know.
Mm-hmm. That's actually, I can't believe that's Kevin Sullivan right there. I cannot believe that's him. My goodness. And also there's Mike Von Erich, Mike Rotunda, Michael P.S. Hayes. He still has the look. Oh God, Doc Hendricks. I remember that one. It's when they had the little shows that they were doing, like hey, wrestling fans, be sure you tune in this Sunday night, like hyping up the show and everything. All those little vignettes they did back then with Doc Hendricks.
This is a different one. Hold on.
I cannot believe. Oh, there's Greg the Hammer Valentine.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there's Jack Briscoe. I don't see. Oh, and there's Jerry Briscoe. I cannot believe he's still standing. He's 78. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
It still looks good. Still looks good for 78. One of the Stooges.
Mm-hmm.
It's Stooges.
Okay, what's the website on that?
It's the same one, just a different.
Well, I didn't catch the address on it the first time.
Oh, it's the same one.
Again, I didn't see it, so what was it?
Oh, the SmackDown Hotel.
SmackDown Hotel, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I just clicked on a link. I didn't pay attention to what the address was. Let's see.
Let's see what it looked like by
Here we are.
86. Oh, here we go. We got the 1986 roster. I fast forward a few years. So who do we have?
Baron von Raschke. Yeah.
Oh, look. MGTOW. Holy shit.
Oh,
Big Boss Man. Holy fuck.
No, wow, you got to be kidding me, dude.
Holy shit. It's actually him. Oh,
yeah.
Dude, oh my god, I remember that guy very well.
Oh, yeah.
Carried a big nightstick to the ring and beat people with it. That was funny.
Handcuff him to the turnbuckle.
Yep.
Man, what a time machine we have here. Oh, Luna Vachon. Oh my
There he
god.
is. There he is, Lex Luger.
Oh, yep. Oh, Lex Luger. Oh my god. Wow, he really
That
fell
dude
hard.
was fucking ripped, man.
It looks like he could just kill you with just a flick to the head, and that would be it.
Oh, dude,
Luna.
you get brain damage from that.
Oh, Luna Vachon. What a wonderful wrestler she was. And of course, we had Magnum TA. Yeah,
What was that supposed to be, like a cross between Magnum PI and the Bandit?
I believe so.
That's what I'm gonna Bandit.
Next time with a mustache. Hey, make you. You're now Magnum. Okay, I'm going.
There's Rocky Johnson.
Rocky
There's
Johnson,
Rocky
yeah.
Johnson. Yep, there he
there's
is.
his dad right there.
Yeah.
There's Ron Simmons right there. Farouk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn! Everything he said was damn. Hey, brother,
And then-
you want a sandwich? Spam. Scott Hall.
Yeah.
I
Rest
can't
in
believe that.
peace.
I can't believe that's him with a
Rest
beard
in
and everything.
It
peace.
was kicking around for a long. He was with the AWA for a while. So,
Rest in peace, Scott Hall, man. Jesus.
yeah.
What a great wrestler.
They tried so hard to Razor Ramon. I think they just nothing cooked.
There's Samu.
Mhm. And then there's the original Sheik, and then Sting. There's Sting right there.
Yeah.
Yep, show is. In his early days.
Ted
And
DiBiase.
Tony Schiavone. Holy shit! Oh, there's Ted DiBiase. There he is.
Looking more like Ted DiBiase. Yeah.
Yep. He had
Uncle
the look.
Elmer. They had an Uncle Elmer. What the fuck? Giant Frazier. Okay.
And Paul Boy Frazier. Oh my
I remember
Imagine-
during ECW, that whole Dudley family, it was like about a half dozen people on that. It wasn't just, wasn't just a couple.
Tarzan Gatto.
Wasn't just Bubba and T-Bone.
I still can't believe that's Tony Schiavone. I cannot believe that's him with that mustache and that hair. Good grief. He still has it. He still fucking has it. What the? He still fucking has it. Oh my god, he has the mustache still. Oh my god, that stash did not do him any favors. That did not do. It was bullshit then. It's bullshit now. It's I don't know what's worse, the now or the back
Could be
then.
well like
Here.
the beard. He's all beard.
Here, the mustache.
And then we have Wahoo and we have White Ninja. Who do we have? Who else do we have? Oh, there's Rick Steiner. But where is? I don't see. Oh, there's Scott. Oh, there's Scott Armstrong. Oh, I guess the Steiner brothers didn't come in until much later. And we have One Man Gang still. Lots of great people. There's Jimmy Garvin.
Jim Cornette. This shit's so funny.
Jack Hart, and then Man, what a lot of people.
Okay, let me see what I can find on here.
Let's see what it looked like in.
Abdullah the Butcher was a good one.
See, this is the 89.
Okay.
Here we are in 89. This is the 89 roster right here.
Major League Wrestling, and no.
I'm thinking Zeus will probably be on here.
Lucha Libre, Ohio.
No,
Lucha
not yet. No,
Underground.
actually, this is when it started. This was the decline. Actually, we were there. Let's see. We had Bam Bam Bigelow. Brad Armstrong was still there. Holy shit. There's Dick Murdoch.
The Iron Sheik.
Mhm.
So they were just basically taking out of them whoever they wanted and just like chunking the rest. Goddamn. Scotty the Body.
Oh yeah, Scotty. Yeah, Scotty the Body. Oh my god. What a. And there's Shane Douglas. Oh my lord, I cannot believe. Yep, that's him. That's him. Oh look, there's Terry Gordy. Terry Gordy. He was part of the Freebirds at the time. And then we had Johnny Ace. I can't believe that's John
Laurinaitis.
I
No
can't believe.
freaking way.
Yeah, that was him back then. That he was known as Johnny Ace.
Oh
And-
my god, there is no way.
Yep, he's also brothers with Road Warrior Animal. Oh my god.
Trying to get all time for ECW. Just give me, only give me year by year.
Oh, it's only giving you year by year. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so I got a big one here for let's see, 2000.
And let me pull that up. Go
Seems
ahead.
to be when,
We got Balls Mahoney.
Oh, Balls
Balls.
Mahoney. I remember him.
yeah.
Oh my god, Dawn Marie. Holy shit, she was
That's
hot.
Dawn Marie. Oh damn.
Her and Tori Wilson was just them two. Oh my god, it was a smokehouse.
There's Dusty. There's
Yep, that's when
Jasmine. Remember Jasmine?
oh Jazz. Oh my god, she was hot.
Joey Styles is on here. No way.
Yep, it was him. Yep. we
Well,
had-
it was an announcer. Cat fight!
Lance Storm's on here. Mikey Whiplash. I remember him.
There's Paulie in the middle here.
Paul Heyman.
Yep. I
Psychosis.
gotta find that clip where he just goes off on
Raven.
TNT.
Rhino. Oh, dude, I remember Rhino.
Rob Van Dam.
Rob Van Dam. Sabu. The Sandman.
Mhm.
Oh, shit. Spike Dudley.
Yeah.
Super Crazy. He was another good one. Tajiri. That's that guy that used to spit green mist in people's faces.
Yeah. And Tommy Dreamer.
Tommy Dreamer.
That's it.
Yeah. Roadkill. That was a great lineup, actually.
No, but someone else. Yeah. Who am I thinking of?
That was right before Vince purchased it and shut it down and then brought it back like 4 years later.
Who was it that would back up to 99? Big Rick Dudley, Bubba Ray Dudley,
Yep, there's Bubba Ray. Chris Candido.
Devon. Devon, get the table.
One Man Gang made it to the
Yeah.
ECW. New Jack, I remember him.
Taz, that's what I was thinking of.
Taz, oh my god. I ain't heard that name in years.
That's when he did his own belt, FTW. Not
Sonny
for the
was on
win, but for the
ECW.
world. That's what his attitude was.
Sonny was on ECW. What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
There's Spike. Sid Vicious. Uganda. Yoshida Tajiri.
Tajiri.
Nothing. It's not like it. The last year, this is it's like there's like just a handful of guys left. Because like 2001.
ECW.
Okay, wait. The fuck? Maybe not.
Yeah, that's when they shut him down.
It's pretty. We go back to. Stop clicking on that one. What the hell? All right. First year. That was it.
Damn. Jimmy Snuka.
They got Jimmy Snuka in there. The Pit Bulls, British Bulldog. It's like from there we build.
Stevie Richards.
Keep clicking on the damn thing. No, I'm not through this shit. 93. Then we start bringing in people. Yeah. I got Hawk.
Paul Heyman.
Yeah. and that's when they got Terry Funk.
Just a wrestler named Woman.
What?
My mic's not working.
I noticed that. Yeah.
Woman was Chris Benoit's wife.
Yeah, that was ended up being Chris.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that. What? Yep, show was Nancy Elizabeth Benoit.
Yeah, let's see. What are the names?
Oh, wow. I did not know she was a wrestler, too.
Robin Green, Fallen Angel.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it did when Chris lost it. And that's, But of course, rather than admit anything, Vince just did never again will she mention the name of Chris Benoit. I mean, well, other wrestlers going on interviews, so okay, here's what happened.
Damn.
We'll get to here. 94. Al Snow.
Yeah.
Cactus Jack. Chris Benoit.
Yep, there is Mr. Benoit. Dean Malenko. Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. And Joey Styles,
Pat Tatanka, Paul Heyman.
Ron Simmons.
Yep, there's Ron.
Sabu. Shane Douglas, Steve Richards.
Eric Punk.
Back he was the Tasmaniac at that point. That's shortened to Taz.
Oh, wow.
Lose that hair, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Too Cold Scorpio.
And here we start getting the Dudleys.
Big Dick Dudley.
Mhm.
The Blue Meanie.
There's Eddie.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, we had Big
Joe
Dick
Malenko.
Dudley, Bubba Ray Dudley, Dudley.
Mikey Whipwreck.
Mm-hmm.
New Jack. Perry Saturn. I remember him.
Rick Steiner.
Oh, Rey Mysterio. Oh, nice.
Ray, Mr. Because that's
Rey Mysterio. Superstar Steve Austin. There he is.
ECW really started bringing in the luchadors.
Oh, dude. Scott Steiner.
Yeah.
Taz.
Mm-hmm.
Sign Guy Dudley.
I tell you, they're still doing the Hollywood Blonde because the Hollywood Blondes. Them and What was he with?
Brian Pillman.
Yeah, Pillman. Yeah. I think it was a knee injury. Just like couldn't wrestle. But I can't do it. No, just sit there and talk. With give you. You're a funny guy. Go for it. Got a real good Hulk Hogan too. Let me tell you, brother. Balls Mahoney.
Yep.
Axel Rotten.
Chris Jericho.
Oh my God.
There's Pillman.
Yep.
There's Devon.
Little Guido.
Guidius.
The executioner. Hollywood.
Someone making a bit of a rip on NWO. I wouldn't put it past them. There's another Guerrero. Mikey Shipwreck.
Yeah.
Perry Saturn.
That woman. That still kills me every time I see that woman.
Sign guy Dudley.
Wait, he was the one who was bouncing up and down with the signs. Like, watch ECW on TNN.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was him. I was wondering who he was.
Yeah. Remember that one night stand that when they gave Rob the mic? It was back in the days when they knew I could say more than just whoa and what, and it's like actually let him talk. Up to 97 here. Bam Bam Bigelow. And oh, this had to be fun. Had, Dr. Dusty Williams showing up when Stone Cold still around. Jerry the King Lawler.
Yeah, he made that one appearance in the ECW. He's like, they're gonna need the toilet paper because there's not enough shit. There's nothing but shit in here. Oh, I remember that promo. It was so funny.
Ravishing Rick Rude. Did we see Spike earlier? This is the first time I've seen him. The Littlest Dudley. I keep clicking on the damn thing. No. We're still with ECW. Okay, I just got lost here. There we are. Stick with that. We're up to 98. And let's see. Grand Hamada, Grand Iowa, the Great Suzuki, Jake the Snake Roberts, just incredible. Studley Dudley. One Man Gang. Skull Von Crush, that's the name for it. Tammy Lynn bitch.
Oh God. Oh, she really fell hard after Chris Candido passed away.
Take a peek here. Oh, Don Marie, huh? Yeah. Well, she's still around.
Still at Smokehouse. Oh, that's funny. Tammy Lynn bitch. Oh my God.
You can tell Polly just did not give a shit, okay?
Yeah.
We're competing with Vince McMahon and Eric Bischoff trying to get attention here. Okay, it's like fuck you. Okay, we're 98 now. I'm gonna see if I can find that Paul Heyman shoot where he's going off on. It was put on the DVD, so it's got to be on it. That's 98. 99, I think that was pretty much when the walls started closing in. That's a different look from Mikey Shipwreck. Yeah. Because this is about when you start losing guys to Vince. And he has a little moment in the ring with or Bubba, Bubba Ray's like in the crowd. Look, in the ECW, men become heroes, but in the WWF, heroes become legends. I think that's why they're leaving. What is Sandman? Whoop! Not, I didn't want that Scorpion. Hold on. Stop jumping around. 61 year older than me. Yeah. That's one thing. If you have the DVD for ECW One Night Stand, when it aired, they're playing Enter Sandman as entrance theme. For the DVD, obscured to the point you can't even tell what it is. Apparently, they couldn't get the rights from Metallica. I'll have to see where the name is from Sandy, Utah. Tell that with that kendo stick. They're up to 2000, and then 2001 to this one. There's still a roster here, but not as big. Tommy was like the last one to turn the lights off. So let me see if I can find that one shoot from Heyman, because that is a work of art. Let me just do a search Paul Heyman. I'll recognize when I see it. Let that narrow it a bit. Yeah, I think this is it.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think this is not the one I remember, but this is it. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. I said this one, it's a work of art as far as you want to tell something, tell off you feeding you like. Any second now. Anime.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let's get this up here. Oh, come on, damn it. Let's try that again. Hold on.
Yeah. Go ahead. Let me know when
I'm trying to. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, let me know when to fire it.
Okay. I hate when it misfires like this. Let me back it up a bit. Ah! There we go. Okay.
Since this show
come
is going
on.
to make air this week, I'd like to take this moment to thank you for watching ECW. You have to be an ECW fan to watch this show because God knows the network has never put out one freaking commercial or one press release to let you know that we're here. But that's their scheme of things. You see, in just a few weeks, the network is going to give $100 million to Vince McMahon like he needs it to replace us. In case they haven't thrown us off before then. And the fact of the matter is, we're not a publicly funded company like Vince McMahon or WCW. We survive or even thrive on your support. And for that, we thank you. Now, in an industry where everybody wants...
Kind of got the vibe there. Hold on. Let me try this again here.
And I think I could pull it up better on my end.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll pull it up better. Let me get past the sad.
You got it? Or
I got it.
Because I got the link right here. I'll close that.
And
let it play all the way to the end. Yeah.
And I'm the executive producer and the owner of Extreme Championship Wrestling. And since this show apparently is going to make air this week, I'd like to take this moment to thank you for watching ECW. You have to be an ECW fan to watch this show because God knows the network has never put out one freaking commercial or one press release to let you know that we're here. But that's their scheme of things. You see, in just a few weeks, the network is going to give $100 million to Vince McMahon like he needs it to replace us. In case they haven't thrown us off before then. And the fact of the matter is, we're not a publicly funded company like Vince McMahon or WCW. We survive or even thrive on your support. And for that, we thank you. Now, in an industry where everybody wants to be real, who wants to do a shoot, this, my friends, is a shoot. We hate this stinking network. We hate their guts for abandoning us. We hate their guts for not supporting us. We hate their guts for not advertising us. And we hate their guts for not having the balls to throw us off the air. And just in case you're watching this, hey, network, I dare you to throw me off the air. Because I'm going to break every rule that you put in front of me until you throw me the hell off the air. Now this, my friends, is a shoot. You better take $100 million that you're going to give Vince McMahon. And you better spend it on attorneys. Because I promise you, network, the war has just begun.
I'd like to take this personal time to say hello to all of my executive friends at TNN. The ones who have been incarcerated for smuggling underage farm animals across state lines for the purposes of sexual gratification. But at least,
what the fuck?
Holy crap! I would figure that was it. They're like, okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I almost choked to my chili on that one.
Oh.
You can't get any more blunt than that. Wow. You know what? I would give that man 100 extra, like 500 extra dollars just for that quip alone.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
while they were doing it, they were safe. They only picked the calves that didn't kick back. Are you ready to throw us off the air yet?
ESPN vet has seen green.
Oh God.
Oh, here's a good one too. So here's 95. And Paul Heyman is not entirely wrong here. They did fight back in 97.
Is the final fatal era that's going to do WCW in. I think it's more indicative of the front office politics that are employed by everybody in Atlanta and WWF. To be honest with you, I think it's just, honestly, I think Ted Turner called their bluff, and I think they're going to die. I think Eric Bischoff went in there and went, yeah, you know, Ted, we did 1.9. Yeah, you know that ECW, they can't do shit, and Jim Crockett went out of business. Remember? That's the jerk off you bought it from. And, you know, I just had my hair today, Ted, and I can really do some things with the Atlanta Hawks and everything. And, you know, give me what, Ted? Oh, into the 3.9? Oh, he's on Monday nights on National, and we're not. But you know what? Oh, yeah, we can do Monday nights, but you'll never give us Monday nights. Oh, you will. And then you know what happened? He went back to his booking committee, and here's what happened.
There's Mick.
Hogan sat there and went, who do I beat on Monday night? Kevin sat there and watched, and Ric Flair said, let's turn Alex right heel so I can get laid by 19-year-olds.
Oh my God.
Now, one person sat there and said, holy shit, are we going to get our asses kicked? Except for Bischoff, who's probably right now sitting on his resume to every production studio in California. And if I were him, I'd do it fast.
Hey Bob, do you think Eagle Rider would have loved that underage animal joke? Oh my God.
Oh,
I need to get that clip and
yeah,
play it when she...
something. Bookmark these things.
I actually don't wait, hold on.
Because the thing about the first part was on the DVD set of the history of the ECW. He goes, give Vince McMahon $10 million like he needs it. I can't remember.
Oh my goodness.
I think they are going to get their asses so fucking royally kicked, they ain't going to know what hit them. And not because they can't go head to head with Vince. And not because they can't, if they would pool their resources, they can't give it a good try. And not because if they really wanted to, they couldn't design everything from new graphics things to new announcers to a different format to everything. I think they can. I just think they're too concerned with their own personal business. One guy just wants to beat everybody that's over 6'5". One guy in the committee wants to sit there. One guy wants to sit there and criticize everybody else, and one guy just wants to get laid because he's 46 years old.
Oh.
If they get their shit together, they might have a shot, but they don't, and they never will because they're tolerated that way. Bischoff should either go in there and fire everybody, or should fire himself. But that's the only chance they have. I think head to head, I think they're going to get massacred. I think they're going to be so royal. They're going to get stomped so fucking bad they ain't going to know what hit them. I think Ted's going to sit there and go, okay, I gave you a chance. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep the WCW name, but it's going to look like the old Georgia Championship Wrestling. He's going to bring Ole Anderson back as the booker. They're going to take a whole bunch of guys out of Jody Hamilton school, and they'll keep Sting or one other guy at over $100,000 a year, and everybody else is going to be working for $75 a night. And they'll do a couple TV tapings a week, and they'll have Thunder and Lightning as their tag team champions. And they truly won't give a shit because they'll be on at 6:05 on Saturday nights for 1 hour, and they'll get a decent little rating for the $10,000 it's going to cost them to produce a show at a local venue in Atlanta when he gives away free tickets. That's what it's going to end up being. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll be a success.
He's not entirely wrong. He's not entirely wrong.
He's a savvy guy.
He did predict it happening, but after, because nobody knew that Stone Cold Steve Austin was going to be a megastar. Nobody knew that Hulk Hogan was going to do the greatest heel turn of all time.
Yeah,
and that's what flipped. But he was correct though. Years later, in the late 90s, when they had way too many people in the NWO and they were only paying like Hogan, Nash, Sting all that money, and then they were undercutting so many people. That's why Jericho left. That's why Jericho left, X-Pac left, and they jumped over to the WWF at the time, and the Radicals. The Radicals jumped over there. whole bunch of a great group of W guys jumped over there
Yeah.
because they got sick of Hogan and the politicking.
Yeah.
Oh, what a trip down memory lane this was! Holy
Yeah.
crap, I feel old. Oh, you know what? If they copyright claim me, it's whatever.
Yeah.
It's whatever, because you know what? We're having fun.
It's one video. We're also how many hours into it? Almost 6 hours in.
But we had a great show tonight. Shiny, I'm about to end the show. If you are still here, I had a great time tonight. This was fun. We had a great time. It was a nice mellow out from everything. We got to talk about it. We actually got good on the topic of wrestling and everything. We actually that was very engaging. We went like almost 2 hours with that whole thing, which is good. Because it's a different topic at least, and one that doesn't often get talked about enough. It's nice to branch out a little bit, and hopefully with more people coming on over later on, we'll hopefully get things under control a bit more. And of course, I know Eagle Rider's going to be back, but she'll be fine. She's having fun, so we just let our folks have fun and everything. That's all it should be. But we're gonna get out of here, ladies and gentlemen. We had a great time tonight. Big thank you to everybody for coming on over. Shiny, thank you for coming on over as well. I'm gonna go and relax and probably fire up some games, and hopefully tomorrow goes better too as sort of streaming. I really want to beat Jak and Daxter so I can be done with it. Hopefully. But thank you to everybody for coming on by tonight. We had a great time. We'll probably bring back the wrestling discussions when we have more people here. Outlaw was great providing his whole thing, and
I don't recall Rosetta really being into the wrestling thing, but I think she did those clips though would be, would be there.
Oh, she would
with
love
Heyman
that.
going off on that thing. I'm gonna break every rule you get until you throw me off the air, and all the money you're spending, you better get attorneys.
But you have a good one, Captain Bob. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you, Third Four, for coming on by. Callie, we will see you soon. Big Angry Phil, Kermit, K70, Silent Joker, James, Trollmonger, all you all wonderful people. We had fun. Thank you for making this possible. We love you guys. We'll see you this week with more content. Check out Bob's channel. He does Fortnite and everything. Check out Shiny Evolution. He does VTuber stuff, Pokemon stuff, and all kinds. Check out Third Force channel. Really fun dude. Lots of prominent people. Also, thank you everybody on Twitter. We love you guys. Thank you guys for coming in and hanging out with us. We will see you all again. Bye, guys.